All right, everybody. Greetings and salutations. I am the Omni Viewer, as you all know. Starting a little bit early because why not? It's only a couple minutes difference anyway. And of course, with me again for the third time in a row, well, not exactly in a row, but certainly for the third time, is none other than the man, the lift, the. I'm glad I'm not doing this live because that would have been an embarrassing screw up. Anyway, enough of that. Let's get to our very special guest, returning for a third time, Mr. Donald F. Glut himself. Greetings, sir.
Greetings.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Uncle Sam used to say when he sent you your draft notice,
Right.
greetings.
That in that case, it would be ominous. But if you didn't want to go to war anyway,
It was a see the world. That's another one of their slogans back then.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you did certain parts of it, and then things got complicated.
Yeah. I can't believe, I added up, this is the third show we've done, and the other two, number one and number two, total approximately 5 hours of talking. I can't believe that. I hope we have something left to talk about tonight.
Oh, I'm sure we do. I mean, look, as far as what to talk about, first of all, have there been any updates? I mean, I remember you mentioned you'd extracted the Titanosaur tendons. You just gotten them uncovered.
Yeah, well, I thought we were in the home stretch,
Oh yeah.
and I mean they look really good. But then I found out we're probably halfway there because we're only looking at the one side. We got to flip the whole thing over very carefully, and the thing is very fragile. Pieces keep breaking and getting glued back. So it's going to be a while yet before they're ready to be put in the cabinet that nobody will probably ever look at again. Up there next to the Lost Ark and everything. So
Yeah.
making progress. I'll be back there tomorrow. I usually go in on Thursday, but I'm going in tomorrow because Thursday I have a conflict. I have a film industry event I have to go to, and tomorrow at the museum is our annual research and collections hot luck lunch. So there's going to be tons and tons of food there. So it worked out real nicely. So I'm going to go in there and work on the tendons tomorrow and have a nice meal. And then Thursday I'll go to instead of going to the museum, I'm going to this industry thing and do a little networking, So it's going to be a busy week. And then Tuesday I'm going to take my car in for oil change and sit there for about an hour waiting. So it's going to be, the days are filling up this week already.
Yeah. What exactly is the film industry thing that you're going to, or is it a private thing or something?
Well, it's like an open house. It's for a company that sells their main functions. They sell cameras and camera equipment, and they put out a good spread of food too. So I'm going to go there. But you never know who you're going to meet. You can might meet somebody that you want to hire someday, or somebody who wants to hire you, or just meet a new friend who's in the film business. And I always stress the importance of networking. And around this time of year, a lot of the studios and the supply houses and actors groups and things have these events, and so I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a busy week.
Definitely sounds like it.
Yeah.
So we'll be having more to chat about, I'm sure. But to everyone who's watching, and we'll say hello to a couple of them. Feel free, as always, to leave any questions that you'd like answered. But any particular guidelines you want to express about the questions being asked?
Don't ask me what's the capital of Alabama because I forgot. The two subjects I do not want to talk, or I will not talk about that. Anything having to do with Star Wars or Masters of the Universe for personal reasons, but anything else. Oh, and nothing about sex, politics, or what was the other one?
Religion, I believe.
And religion. Yeah, those are the taboo. I'll talk about anything else under the sun.
Yeah. So, as far as anything else under the sun, I do recall, like, we've spoken in the past few live streams. We've discussed books, and I'm sure they're going to come up again. We've discussed your music. I'm sure that's going to come up again. We've discussed interest in dinosaurs. We've discussed your various travels, various connections you've made with other people. But we have only lightly touched on the movies. Tales of Frankenstein came up at one point, and you said before the show that's a mug with a.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
we have a whole series of merchandise for Tales of Frankenstein. And there's a mug with one of our monsters, one of our less frightening monsters. We got T-shirts and all kinds of stuff, chains and lockets and whatever. And just go to, if you want to see what we have, our company website is the link is www.pecosborn.com, and Pecosborn Productions is the name of the company. And there's a store there, and you can see all kinds of, tons of material if you're into collecting memorabilia or anything like that. So
there you go. Some interesting Christmas or Hanukkah gift ideas for the audience.
Yeah. Or as Forey Ackerman would have said, Chris Lemus.
Yeah. Can they access that through your main websites? Because I do have those linked down in the description.
Oh, yeah. I have 5 websites, but the main one is just my name, DonaldFGlut.com. No period, no dashes. Just DonaldFGlut.com. Yeah, and you'll learn, if you're interested. I don't know who would be interested, but there more than you'll ever want to know about me is on there, and all my writing credits and everything are on there too. So it's like a glorified resume, I guess you might say.
Hey, it's interesting stuff, and I do have that link down below. And I mean, like I said, we touched lightly on the movies. We haven't discussed them all in greater detail yet, but we did touch on Tales of Frankenstein briefly, which I believe you've said that's based on one of the New Adventures of Frankenstein entries.
The 10th book in that series is called Tales of Frankenstein, and it's not a novel. It's a collection of short stories and one poem, actually. And there is continuity between those short stories and the regular series of novels. Sometimes you got to hunt for it, to read between the lines, but it's there. And I took 4 of the stories out of that collection that I thought would be most cinematic and most filmable. And, I have a script for a follow-up called Tales of Frankenstein Book 2, or volumes. I'm not sure what it's going to be called, but right now there's no money to make it. So, but if we ever, if I ever get the money for it, there'll be a second movie with 4 more stories in it.
I'm looking forward to that. The first one had a nice variety to it, because you had the first one was kind of a traditional Frankensteinian spin-off, like, Mad Doctor following the experiment, but with a different sort of a twist to it. Second one was almost more of a ghost story, but with a Frankenstein element. Then you had a sort of tongue-in-cheek film noir and
a combination of film noir and an old dark house monograph picture.
Yeah. And then there was that vampire mashup, and they all feel, again, even though they're very different in style, they did all feel like a cohesive part of the same whole.
Yeah, well, most people who have reviewed the movie miss out on that, and they don't realize that there's 4 stories, and with the wraparound, that each one of those was deliberately done in the style of a certain genre or subgenre. The first one is kind of a combination universal. The wraparound is universal, but the first one is like a combination of universal and Hammer. The second one is Edgar Allan Poe and Lovecraft. And I tried to imitate within our budget as much as I could the old Roger Corman Edgar Allan Poe films. And if you notice the guy, the one character serves Amontillado wine, and there's a stuffed raven in there, and all that wonderful lighting you see outside when the other character is coming up to the house, and you see the great sun streaking through with the beams of light. That was all. It would just happen to be that way, so we just took advantage of it. But that was our Poe story, and even it has a Telltale Heart in it, and Premature Burial is all in there. The third one, I said it in 1948 because that was the great year of film noir movies, and it was also the year of Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, and all the references in there are correct. There's references to the Three Stooges, but he mentioned Shemp, not Curly, because Shemp was the stooge in those shorts in 1948. And he mentions the magazines that were out then, Black Mask and Weird Tales. And I pulled the color out as much as I didn't want to go completely to black and white because then people would think there's something wrong with the TV sets or something. So, and black and white is hard to sell these days. So we pulled out most of it. We desaturated it. So you see a little red, on the girls' dresses and things like that. And then the last one was straight out, because it was set in 1957. The fourth story was a combination of Hammer and AIP with the Teenage Monster movies. The one guy's trying to be like Marlon Brando or something. But every one of the dates in every one of those four stories correspond to an important day in Frankenstein history. The first one is 1910. Well, what happened in 1910? The Edison Frankenstein movie was made. The second one was, the first one was 1887, the first one. What happened in 1887? Boris Karloff was born, okay? The second one was 1910. That was when the Edison Frankenstein was made. The third one was 1948. That was the Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. And the fourth one was 1957, which is both I Was a Teenage Frankenstein and The Curse of Frankenstein from Hammer. So each one of those dates is important. But nobody ever mentions that. I don't know if anybody ever figured it out.
Yeah, I mean, some people, I don't want to phrase it that way. I mean, that some people aren't necessarily that in tune with dates sometimes, but I mean, I'm sure there are people who know it. I just, who knows? I did notice various things that the attention to detail was good. Like you mentioning Shemp instead of Curly being there when he mentions the Stooges.
When the detective in that makes a reference to Frankenstein movies, he says like the one that with Abbott and Costello that just came out or something like that. And that's the year it was made. He doesn't mention like Ghosts of Frankenstein or House of Frankenstein. He mentions the Abbott and Costello one. Now one thing you got to know about me. Whatever I'm doing, if it's a novel or a comic book story or a movie, I load it up with these. I guess they call them Easter eggs now. But all for a reason. I don't just throw these things in, at random, arbitrarily. There's a reason for everything I do. If I'm writing a comic book story, like for the Shutter magazine or Vampiris Carmilla, a historical character, and there's a date, the date is correct. It corresponds to a real event in their lives. So, but I don't think anybody ever appreciates anything because nobody ever mentions them. So it's my own little in joke, and I satisfy myself. I'm happy when I do it. So
Exactly. And other references I can think of, the last segment in there, you mention that you have the name Karnstein in there, or Karnstein,
yeah,
was it? And of course, that's a reference to the Hammer movies, like a specific series of vampire ones.
well, not just Sam. I mean, the original Carmilla story, her last name is Karnstein. I mean, that's
Oh,
where it
yeah.
comes
Oh, yeah. And of course, you work that in, like, mentioning it in such a way that it kind of expands the world and sort of provides a little link to those other stories, doing that whole shared universe thing again. And I do also recall, like, when the first time it came up, I was very surprised that you mentioned people don't get the twist at the end of that segment where the doctor's, it turns out, has been stitching together vampires, but he uses a human brain. I was surprised that people didn't get that.
Yeah, whenever they talk about that, the whole point of that story is they had a plague of vampires some years back, and the priest came in and he didn't want to stake anybody. He thought that was like a blast. You got to listen real closely to the dialogue, and so he sanctified the cemetery, and so it was like a holy place then. And then when the mad doctor comes in, he ignores all that because he thinks it's all nonsense, and he sort of takes the blessing off of it, and the body parts he steals, because they didn't decompose like normal corpses do, he's putting together a composite vampire. But
Mm-hmm.
the brain is the brain of his assistant, a live brain. And when we did the scene, I don't know how many people get it, but when the monster looks in the mirror and he only sees the brain floating there, that's because the brain didn't come from a vampire. The rest of them did. And nobody ever points that out. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if it's really worth it putting these little things in. I didn't want to, one thing I didn't want to do, one of the giveaways of low budget, cheap B movies is they tell you too much. They say, the guy's driving away in the car and somebody will say, there he goes. Well, he's going. You don't have to say that. You just show him going. And I didn't want to have the doctor look at the monster seeing himself and not seeing himself in the mirror and say, oh, you're not reflecting because you're made up of vampire parts. Only your human brain is reflect. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to leave that up to the audiences of figuring it out, their imagination, to their, just intelligence. I don't know how many people figured it out, but
I got it right away. I was paying attention. I picked up early on it's a vampire town. As they're taking out the bodies, the doctor's going, barely decomposed. It's true what they say about the soil in this place. And I thought, okay, he's either rationalizing it or that's hinting that this is a vampire. And then
there's one character who says, they talk about the full moon can revive vampires,
Mm-hmm.
We see the full moon coming through, outside the window. But you know where that came from? That came from the Lord, the John Polidori story, the vampire that precedes Dracula and precedes Carmilla. That was an offshoot of that night, that summer spent with Mary Shelley, Lord Byron, and Percy Shelley and John Polidori. That was his story that came out of the vampire. And in that story, the vampire is revived by the beams of a full moon. So that was my little homage to that. I'll tell you something else too. It was timed. The reason it took a couple of years to make that movie, well, I had to get the money together too. That takes. You don't do that overnight. I wanted it to come out in 2018 because that was the 200th anniversary of the first publication of Mary Shelley's novel. And coincidentally, when we shot the one with the crawling hand, we were shooting on Mary's birthday. So we wish her a posthumous happy birthday, And so anyway, there's a lot going on in that movie that people don't pick up on or may never know.
That I'm sure if somebody actually went through it with a fine-tooth comb, really looked in, somebody would find all sorts of things. I'm sure a few more viewings would reveal even more to me.
Yeah.
And of course, like the third segment, the whole putting the brain in the gorilla thing, and a lot of gorilla movies back in that period as well, in the 30s and 40s. And I think it was interesting the way you had that play out, because you realize something bad's gonna happen to this detective, and the further along it goes, it's clear that it's gonna happen. He's not gonna get any way out. But
And
the way you
the detective is a clueless guy who
Yeah.
thinks he's so smart and real cool. And I think the funniest line in that movie, and it did get a laugh when we showed it when we had our premiere, when he's trying to impress the three Chinese girls, and he says arigato, which is Japanese, and they don't know what he said. And they look at him like, "What's this guy?" And I thought that was hysterical. That line, that one word, arigato, because he's trying to be, he's kind of pandering to the Asian girls, thinking that they're all the same, and anyway, that was one of my things in the movie.
Yeah, and it's stuff like that that kind of makes you think, even as you get to the end and he wakes up and his brain is in the body of a gorilla, you think, I'm not really too heartbroken that happened to him. He wasn't the best guy. Good character, but, a character who kind of deserved it.
I purposely wanted a gorilla that looked like a 1940s gorilla, but not too funky. I mean, I wanted it to look, kind of modern in some ways, but to hark back to the old guys in the gorilla suits. I didn't want to state-of-the-art gorillas in the mist or anything like that. So I was really lucky to get that gorilla suit, and because I love gorilla suit movies.
And, any particular Hollywood gorilla you based it on? Because I know there were like 3 or 4 guys who were the go-tos for.
Well, the best one to this day is still, I think, Charlie Gomorrah. He did all the early 1930s, but I have a real fondness in my heart for Ray Crash Corrigan. I mean, that was kind of the gorilla suit I grew up with as a kid. I would see that in so many movies and things, and it doesn't look anything like a real gorilla, but I love that suit. And but Charlie Gomorrah's was the best. I think everybody will agree, who's in the gorilla movies will agree to that. But at the museum where I'm a volunteer, we have in our collections the George Barrows gorilla suit, which I got to see in person and take a couple of pictures of it. It's the one they use in Conga and Murders in the Zoo, not Murders in the Zoo, Black Zoo, and a lot of the more recent post, no Don Post pun there intended, but post Corrigan movies, gorilla movies.
The Conga suit, huh?
Yeah, we got a lot of movie memorabilia up in that museum. Lon Chaney's makeup kit, some of the Jurassic Park, some of the Willis O'Brien stuff. It's, but it's not on display. It's in the collections, and there's just so much room you have in a museum for display purposes.
Yep, got to circulate it.
Yeah,
or pack it away. And then, of course, on the topic of gorilla suits, another famous gorilla suit actor appeared in one of your directorial efforts, The Vampire Hunters Club. It was Bob Burns, I believe. Little joke about him.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one, too. This whole idea of like some of the biggest icons in sci-fi and horror having this little clandestine organization where they hunt vampires when they're not doing their usual things.
You mentioned, we were talking about things that nobody ever pick up on, that are there. And I asked Bob, I said, the name Kogar was the name of his gorilla. And I said, is Kogar a combination of Kong and Gargantua? And he looked at me and said, nobody has ever figured that out before. And I did figure that out. I made an amateur, well, then they were called student films. They were basically amateur movies. I made a Superman movie when I was going to USC as a assignment. I mean, they didn't assign me to make a Superman movie. They assigned me to make a film with, so many camera moves, yada, yada, yada. Mm-hmm. Anyway, he played a gorilla in it. It was called Superman versus the Gorilla Game. And it was the Kogar suit. And I'll tell you, when he got in that suit, and also when we did a documentary later on, a professional documentary called Hollywood Goes Ape, where he hosted it and did the Kogar thing, act again. When he's in that suit, he's a gorilla. You can't, talk. He can't talk. He won't talk to you. He's a method actor all the way when it comes to gorillas.
Yep. And of course, he's got a huge collection all of his own.
Yeah.
It's crazy stuff he's got.
I got more dinosaur stuff in my collection.
Yeah.
Of dinosaur stuff, yeah.
Let's hang on. Let's see if there are any interesting questions in the comments. Let's see. From the Punk Otaku Scribe. I've learned recently that the fossils of aquatic species tend to last longer than terrestrial species fossils. Is it possible some terrestrial species have been lost to time due to fossils degrading?
I never heard that about, in water. That's new to me. If it's real, yeah, a lot of fossils are they wither away. When they appear on the surface because of erosion and everything, you've got to get them out fairly quickly because they will erode eventually too. A lot of fossils have been destroyed by construction workers and things. They're digging and they're or even preparing. I'm a fossil preparator at the museum, but once in a while, the tool you're working with slips or something, or the fossil is more fragile than you thought it would be, and and then it's gone forever. So yeah, a lot of fossils are lost, and it's sad.
And then there were the bone wars where they were deliberately destroyed. Marcia Cope doing their thing. I mean, yikes! How many species might have been lost to time just because of that petty argument?
Well, yeah, and what we know about prehistoric life is restricted by how many fossils we have and we've collected, and only a small fraction. The fossils only reflect a small fraction of what life was like in the past. Because to become a fossil, a whole set of circumstances have to come into play, and then they have to be discovered. And then once they're discovered, they have to be excavated, and then they have to be prepared. It's not just it's not like in The Creature from the Black Lagoon where they see this skeletal hand sticking out of a rock, and the guy just goes up there and chops it off. I mean, that is so ridiculous. I mean, that is so. And to a paleontologist, it's like that's the horror. That's the real scary part of the movie when the guy just rips off that skeletal arm sticking out of the rock.
But it's a good 3D visual.
Yeah.
Let's see. There any?
It's a great monster, and it is the monster of the 1950s, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, aside from that one from Japan.
Well, I don't consider that from the 1950s so much because most of those Godzilla films were later. They started around the 1960s. So I think Creature has more to do with the 50s than Godzilla does.
Yeah, 50s is where Godzilla debuted. 60s is where he hit his stride.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. What are your thoughts on Rick Baker ape suits, a la King Kong 76 or Mighty Joe Young 98? Since we were bringing up gorilla suits.
Yeah, Rick's suits are state of the art. There's, I wish he hadn't retired, but yeah, his were the best. I mean, and he kept improving his suits as he went along, and I've known Rick since he was a teenager, when he was just Rick Baker, Monster Maker, and sending things in the famous Monsters of Filmland. And he's a good guy. He's a really good guy. I mean, but he is retired now, and I don't know why he retired. I never really asked him. Some people theorize that it was because CGI was replacing practical effects. Some say he just got, he wanted to relax, and enjoy himself. So I don't know. Maybe a combination of things. I don't know, but I wish him well. And I saw him recently. It was having lunch with Bob Burns and several people, and lo and behold, Rick Baker just walked in, and so we had a nice conversation. And he's a good guy, very, very talented.
Let's see. This isn't exactly a question, but Nathan Martin says, "Fun fact, Mr. Glut, I know one of the cast members from Tales of Frankenstein, Tad Atkinson. I was in a stage play with him in spring, and now he's my DM for a D&D game."
Oh yeah, Tad's a good guy. I've known him when I had the premiere of one of my movies in Chicago, Blood Scarab. It was in the theater. I saw my first movies in. It was within walking distance of my house. I was there for a vacation, and we had our premiere there. And I knew Tad before that. I met him once before that in California through a friend. And he said, "I'm going to be in Indiana or someplace, but I'm going to come in for your premiere." And I was in the lobby of the Music Box Theater, and somebody tapped me on the shoulder, and I turned around, and it was Tad. So we've been good friends ever since. When he lived in California, he would do things like pick me up at the airport, if I needed a ride or something. And he was always a good guy. I kind of missed Tad. I wish he hadn't moved away, but I guess he's doing real well where he is. And if you're watching, hi.
Well, he's at least hosting Dungeons and Dragons games for someone I know, so can't be all that bad.
Yeah, and he appreciates puns too. That's a high point in my estimation of a person. If they like puns.
Huh. Have you ever written a Christmas-themed story or stories?
Oh yeah, funny you mention that. And we're getting close to Christmas. I work for these two magazines, Shudder and Carmella's, from Vampiros Camillus. Now, before Shudder, it was called The Creeps. And editor Rick Sala, if you're watching, hi Rick, asked me to write a Christmas story for the Christmas issue. And I didn't want to do the same old cliche evil Santa story that everybody does. I've never written one yet, and I didn't want to start now. So I thought, I'm going to be in that issue. What can I do? And then I said, part of the readership of the Creeps magazine is Jewish. Jewish readers read it. Why can't we do a story that involves like Hanukkah and everything? And I've always thought that there was a kind of a connection between the Golem and Frosty the Snowman. So I wrote a story called Frosty the Golem. And it's about a Jewish family that's celebrating Hanukkah. And they're taken hostage by an anti-Semitic escaped murderer from prison.
Uh-oh.
And one thing, I'm not Jewish. One thing I hate when, white writers write stories about all black characters or characters that they have nothing to do with their own culture or ethnicity when they pander. And I didn't want the story to be a pandering story. But I researched it. I thoroughly researched these things. I wanted to find out, what do the Jewish family serve, for a Hanukkah dinner? What do they? What's their dessert? And I researched all that, and I'll tell you, out of all the stories I've written in comics, this is one of the ones I'm most proud of because I think it came out okay. I didn't get a lot of, we didn't get a lot of letters on it. I mean, most of the letters that come into the magazine are, oh, I love that great Ken Kelly cover. Oh, this reminds me of the Warren magazine. But they don't really get into what they like about the stories, which always, makes me think, well, gee, did I write this for nothing? I mean, anybody appreciate this or what? Anyway, so that was my Christmas story. I hope I actually sent a copy. I was so proud of it. I sent a copy to Dennis Prager, the radio host, who's very, very Jewish. But I don't know. I never got a response. So I don't know if A, he ever read it, or B, he ever even saw it, or C, if he ever even got it. But I did send it to him. And to my Jewish friends out there, I hope if you read the story, I hope you weren't offended by it or anything. It's one of the ones I most fondly remember. And a lot of the stories I wrote, I don't remember at all because I've written so many of them. The trick is not to write, hey, I get an idea and write a story and found out you've already written it,
Yeah, that can be tricky.
Yeah.
I think there was another question. What are some... Oh, here's an interesting one. What do you say about cast mounts used instead of actual original fossils in museums?
Well, my house is filled with casts. I even have a T-Rex skull in my den. I'm ambivalent about that. You're not going to get a complete. Usually, almost never, you're going to get a complete skeleton mounted in a museum because they don't have the whole thing. Or it's a composite. We have a new sauropod mounted at our museum that hasn't even been named yet. The nickname is Natalie, spelled with a G, because when they excavated it, the site was infested with gnats. And that's a composite with some elements filled in with casts. I don't think the general public really cares if it's the real bone or a cast. I think they want to just see the big dinosaur skeleton looming over it. But from a research point of view, once you have it on a mount, it's almost, it's very difficult for study purposes. So a lot of times they'll keep the real bone in the collections for research purposes, and they'll put a cast on display. Now, you got to understand that museums aren't, sure, they bring in a lot of people, they bring in a lot of revenue, they're great tourist attractions and all that. But the main purpose of a museum is not really to showcase all these things for the public, it's for study purposes. And you have to do that up in the lab. Or down in the lab, depending on where the lab is. And so I have no problem looking at a mounted cast. If you didn't have mounted cast, you wouldn't have, there's hundreds, thousands of museums now all over the world, and they all want to have dinosaurs. And they all want the same ones, pretty much, Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops, well, there aren't any to go around. So it's something you have to do pretty much.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen you post pictures of the mounts in your place. Like, that T-Rex skull is impressive.
Yeah, when I got that cast, it was the largest T-Rex skull they had anywhere. And now Sue is bigger. I think Stan is bigger than Sue. So, but it's still pretty impressive. Still pretty big.
Yeah, they're always getting bigger. Let's see. This could be an interesting one. What are your favorite animated features about prehistory, such as the Rite of Spring in Disney's original Fantasia or Don Bluth's Land Before Time?
I am partial to Fantasia, even though it is totally inaccurate as far as science goes. It's a masterpiece. It's a wonderful,
Mm,
the visuals, the music, and everything, and it tells a story without dialogue or anything. So that's uh,
mm.
an accomplishment in itself. The Don Bluth movies, okay. I hope Don Bluth is not watching this or whoever. But anyway, um, it makes the mistake that so many of these things do. It's they treat all the herbivores as intelligent, speaking good guys.
Mm.
All the carnivores is mindless, nonverbal villains. And it sets up in people's minds, I think, the idea that a predator animal is bad and all the ones that eat berries and things are good. And that, I think, puts things, puts a thought in, a hunter's mind when he goes and just randomly shoots a wolf or a
Mm.
coyote or something, that he's doing a good thing, not realize that he's screwing up the balance of the whole ecosystem and everything,
Yeah.
and he driving some of these animals to extinction. Eating meat does not make you a villain, and eating vegetables does not make you a good guy. Just nature. So the the Don Bluth movies, the Land Before Time and everything, and Disney Dinosaur, that's the way they do it. The the, the carnivores are the big scary monsters, and the other ones are the cute, endearing little fuzzy wuzzy,
Yeah.
that you cuddle and everything. So anyway, that's my opinion.
Mm.
I really like Fantasia. I never get tired of watching it, but it's filled with inaccuracies. I mean, there's nothing really accurate about it anymore. And
Mm.
even when it was made, um, you know, there was, if you notice all the Disney Tyrannosauruses, even in some of their life, there was a movie called Real Genius or something. I forgot what it was, but it had a
Oh, the
Tyrannosaurus.
more recent.
Yeah, and they always have three claws. The one at the park, the big animatronic one at the park on that
Mhm.
train ride, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. And we've known for a long, long time that Tyrannosaurus only had two claws on each hand.
Yeah.
And but the story is that Walt Disney was going through the plant or whatever, or the animation, but when they were doing it for the World's Fair in 1964, and he was and said, the technician said, well, we know Tyrannosaurus only has two claws, and Walt said, yeah, but look how much better they look with three. And Walt was the boss, and that's why that Tyrannosaurus has three claws. As a writer, one thing that bugged me was when I would write animated cartoons or something, write a comic book story or whatever, the artist would almost always show the Tyrannosaurus with three claws. And I would put that in my script and sometimes attach a Xerox copy of a Tyrannosaurus with two claws. This is the way it should look. And when I sit back and watch the cartoon on Saturday morning or we get the comic book, three claws, sometimes
Yeah.
four claws. I don't know what goes through their minds. They're, to me,
Oh,
putting three claws on a Tyrannosaurus when you know it only has two is like putting two trunks on an elephant when you know it only has one. You
yeah.
know,
I mean, I guess the only way I would ever think of to justify it is that if you have a T-Rex that, well, first of all, if you're not that concerned about accuracy in your story anyway, and you just want to do like a Retrosaurus kind of thing, then I kind of feel like that's a sense of, as long as as long as you can recognize what kind of dinosaur it is, you can get away with a little bit more.
well,
But
you got to. The way I look at it, I mean, sure you can look at them as fantasy, but we know so much about dinosaurs
yeah,
now. They're real. They were real animals. They
yeah,
were they weren't dragons. They weren't. kaiju. They weren't monsters in the fantastic sense, and they were subject to certain laws of physics and biology, and whatever. They looked a certain way, and we know what they look like. So why not? Somebody can do a movie about the Civil War and having Abraham Lincoln with blonde hair or something. I mean, we know it. So why don't we do it? We know what color. Why don't we do it correct?
Well, I was just talking like style. If you're telling a story and you think I want it to look like a Ray Harryhausen movie, and I want the dinosaurs to look like Harryhausen dinosaurs, well, his dinosaurs look great. They're not necessarily always accurate. So if that's the style you're going for, I mean, that as long as you're not saying that the T-Rex is actually a Triceratops or something, as long as you can actually recognize them, then a little
like in the 1960 world, Lost World, where
they have the lizards,
an iguana lizard, and he says it's a brontosaurus, and then he says T-Rex at the end which is another lizard with all kinds of horns and everything on it, and he says it's a baby Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yeah.
The Slurposaurs, yeah. I figure as long as you're not doing that,
or if you're doing Godzilla or something, which is
or if it's a made up
Gorgo or something like that.
If you want to go more scientifically accurate, then yes, do the research. But if you're making a monster movie, I feel like it's a little different. And the only other reason I could think of why an animator would go out of his way to give a T-Rex 3 fingers instead of 2 would be like if the T-Rex is supposed to be more anthropomorphized, if you will, a 3-fingered hand would be more expressive than a 2-fingered hand. But again, that's still inaccurate.
Or maybe just it's simply like what Walt said, they look better that way.
Could be. But
T-Rex sort of had 3. They had the two fingers that we always see, but they also had a vestigial remnant from an early. See, as Tyrannosaurs as they evolved through time. One of the things that happened was that the forelimbs got shorter, and they got fewer fingers. So that way, I mean, when you watch the Outer Limits episode, the 6th finger, and the guy is, evolving to a higher state, it's actually wrong. He wouldn't have. It should have been the 4th finger or something, And but that's what one of the things about dinosaurs. One of the things about carnivorous dinosaurs is they evolved through time. They lost, the forelimbs got smaller, and they lost fingers.
Yeah, I know there's some there's some debate over in the paleontological realm of like what did those short arms on those theropods even do? Because with a smaller carnivorous dinosaur, they keep the longer arms. They could use them for stuff, but I know that
there's some people who think that eventually, if the dinosaurs had not died out, they may have lost the arms altogether. Given enough time. There's all kinds of theories. What were the arms for? Were they helping it get off the ground after it was sleeping? Were they used in grappling for mating purposes, or were they not used at all? Because the head of a T-Rex was so big and the mouth was so big, most of the business that it did was with the mouth. I mean, the forelimbs might have been useless, but they were strong. Somebody called them the Arnold Schwarzenegger of dinosaur arms. I mean, they're small when you look at the whole dinosaur, and it's 40 feet long. But when you look at them, just I mean, a claw could be that just the claw.
Well,
I'm trying to get in the camera here. In fact, I have one. I have a cast of one. If I had known we were going to be talking about this, I would have brought it up. I brought it into the room here with me. But They were pretty strong. They were pretty strong. I think it was Ken Carpenter, who was a paleontologist friend of mine, who wrote the paper on how strong those forelimbs actually were. And so they weren't just these little dangly things that you see sometimes in the cartoons. They had a lot of strength in them.
Yeah, I think proportionally they're small on the T-Rex, but they're on average as long as a human arm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So nothing to sneeze at if you get up close to one. I do remember there was that recent dinosaur documentary on Apple TV. They speculated about the Carnotaurus arms because recent models of the Carnotaurus don't even have the arms facing forward. They have them more sort of pointed backward, and they're also stubby. And
Oh,
I think
yeah, the arms on that, the forelimbs are ridiculous. They're so
yeah,
small.
I think they speculated that it was some sort of mating thing, like like the males maybe had an extra color on it, and they would sort of like go like this to attract a mate. I mean, that was in the documentary. It's speculation.
So much of the things we used to think of as weapons.
Hmm.
I mean, even Triceratops horns now. I mean, they might have been used for sexual display or attracting mates.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the battles you always see in the comic book, the T-Rex versus Triceratops.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that seeing them used as weapons is certainly more exciting.
Yeah,
But
well, a lot of these things had more than one function. I mean,
yeah, and but they might have been used anyway because getting back to the whole uh, herbivores are good and carnivores are evil in fiction thing. I mean, you look at real life. Some of to put it one way, some of the biggest jerks in the animal kingdom are herbivores. Hippos attack for no reason or because they're territorial, and that we think of them as just these big plotting fat looking funny looking creatures. There's a children's game based on them, but you do not want to get in a hippo's way, so it won't eat you, it'll just kill you.
or rhino.
Yeah, rhino, you don't want to be in that one's path either. Meanwhile, a lion will a lion or like a mountain cat or something might just walk right past you if you're hiking and you wouldn't even know it was there because it's not going to bother you. You're not its prey. So who knows? I mean, I like the Land Before Time, the first one anyway. It's one of the movies I grew up with, but even that always bugged me. And for all we know, the dinosaur world was the exact inverse. The herbivores were all going around killing everything, and the carnivores were just like, dude, I just want to eat. No, nothing personal, but I'll leave you alone otherwise.
The way gorillas used to be portrayed in movies.
Hmm.
They
Yeah,
were
we had
all
them all wrong.
belligerent and wanted to carry off the blonde. To do what?
Well, we can't say that.
Yeah, and now we know that they're
Yeah, we know like they can be territorial certainly, but they're not the fierce monsters we thought.
yeah.
But at the same time, it works for King Kong. So let's see, what other questions have we got here? Some more comments have been coming through since we started answering them. Let's see. Here's an interesting one. What are your thoughts on motion capture acting versus suit acting? With Andy Serkis's performance in the modern Planet of the Apes trilogy, some would say it's the evolution of suit acting, but what are your thoughts?
Well, the motion capture is a great thing. I have really no opinion. I mean, it works. Whatever works to get your story across in a movie. I've never been a big Planet of the Apes fan. I'm sorry to say that, folks. The novelty kind of wore off after the first movie, and I saw those makeups. The first one was kind of great, and after a while, they just kind of run together. And
Sequels get a little weird.
Yeah,
with the time travel and everything.
Yeah. I don't know. I have really no opinion other to say than it works. You know, if it works,
Mm.
do it.
I guess my that again comes down to what you're going for with the style, because I mean I've heard the old saying, and I think there is some truth in it. Uh, a bad practical effect still feels real, but a bad digital effect will always feel fake. So,
Yeah, some digital. I mean, some of the digital effects, like in Godzilla -1. I mean, I
mm,
was astounded when
yeah,
I got
those are.
it, and I watched the making of, and I questioned originally. I think we talked about that. I
Mm,
thought some of the scenes might have been practical, but the whole movie is CGI almost. It's like the entire movie is in front of a green screen. Even the villages and the vehicles and all that. It's all CGI, and it was totally convincing. The most convincing thing I saw that really astounded me was in the first Captain America movie, where he's still Steve Rogers, skinny Steve Rogers.
mm-hmm.
I thought that was the real guy, and the other one was the CGI, the
Yeah,
Captain America. But the trouble is, so much of it looks like high tech, state of the art cartoons
mm,
to me, and I can always, usually I can tell, but now they're getting so good, like in the Godzilla film, that
yeah,
you know, and
the,
you can anything you can imagine you can do now,
yep.
just
The
just sitting there at a keyboard, you know.
Yeah, although there has been a bit of a backslide in some effects recently, but what apparently is going on is that certain studios aren't really giving their effects to crews enough time to make it as good as it can be. And there's the real rub, right?
Yeah.
Because they got to
What?
churn them out as quickly as possible, or at
Yeah.
least they think.
One thing that was great, like about the old Republic serials, when they had the greatest stuntmen in the world,
Hmm.
was when they did all the leaps and all that sort of thing. When you knew those were real people doing that,
Hmm.
and when the Lydeckers did the special effects, the explosions and the miniatures and all that, they shot them outside in the daytime usually with the sun casting shadows and everything. So everything had a real solid three-dimensional look to it.
Hmm.
But some of the bad CGI just looked like cartoons.
Yeah. Yeah, therein lies the problem. But like you said, like -1, they really put it all in. There were actually, I remember some reviews that happened when it was just released in theaters. People were hopping onto their channels or their blogs or things, and they were saying, "Finally, they brought back Godzilla suits. It was great to see practical effects again." And the rest of us are like, "I think you might want to get your eyes checked. It was all CG."
Yeah.
So really good though. I mean, if it can fool that many people, then, or maybe people just wanted it to be that way. I don't know, but man, like apparently Takashi Yamazaki is coming back to do a second Godzilla movie. They haven't said if it's a sequel or not.
Yeah,
But,
I guess. I mean, it's a wonderful movie. I mean,
hmm.
it's I'm I've seen it twice now, and I have not seen the black and white version. But have you?
The minus color one? No, I didn't. I mean, I'm one of those people who doesn't know how a movie can be that different by switching it to black and white. But apparently, they did more than just
Yeah,
remove the color. I did hear that originally they wanted to keep the blue whenever he's about to shoot his heat ray, but they decided to just go fully monochrome instead. So I don't know. Maybe at some point, like the black and white one, the the regular movie, the color movie was released everywhere. The black and white one was only limited and never where I was.
hmm.
So, yeah.
Well, I was hoping it would be a bonus feature on the with the Blu-ray, but it wasn't.
Yeah. Maybe there are some versions. I don't know anymore. Uh, this kind of harkens back to something we sort of touched on, but what are your thoughts on the dinosaurs as monsters or animals argument? I guess in fiction or in real life. You
Well,
did do a song about it on one of the dinosaur track ones.
a song called "They're Not Monsters,"
Yep.
and I was trying to imitate Heart, their style in that song. That was another thing when we did all those. To answer your question, then I'll get back. It depends what I mean, if it's a movie like, Lost Continent or something like that, where you just don't try. I have no problem with that. I enjoy those kinds of movies. I love Unknown Island and the original 1 million BC and all those things. Just don't try to pass them off as scientific documentaries. And I I like to have fun, and I like to watch even the cheesy ones. But no, I was going to go off on a tangent, and I forgot what it was. What
Are
was
you
it?
originally gonna about the song about monsters?
Well, we did those dinosaur track songs, which I again thank you for the great review you gave of those. Most people don't understand that each one of those songs is done in the style of a different period of rock and roll music and different performers. Sometimes merging them. We did, if you remember a song called "Dinosaurs Rule," that was a combination of Bo Diddley and Dave Brubeck, if you can imagine that. And one is like one is like a Buddy Holly song, one is like the Beatles, one is like the Doors. You picked up on the Doors, I think.
Yep.
One's like the Rolling Stones, Elvis, James Brown. We just Pete Fonchalli and I, who recorded those, we just imitated all these without sounding like we're just doing copies of the same songs with different words. They had to be original songs, but we did them in the style of the original artists, and sometimes, as I said, combining them. And almost nobody ever mentions that. Hey, this song sounds a little bit like an old standard R&B or something like that. Sometimes you wonder if it's really worthwhile putting in all the extra stuff if nobody ever picks up on it.
Well, I think it's worth it because even if people don't immediately understand the full the full reason why, I think they can still tell that there's something more going on. So it's just up to them to find out what.
Yeah.
And hey, they can watch stuff like this and find out. Let's see. Any other? I did see this one pop up earlier, but it kind of got lost, and so it was reposted. Have we heard of the video game Ark Survival Evolved? I hear it's pretty crazy. I've heard of it. It's a dinosaur-related one. Well, kind of. Like, it's a survival game, but the character you're playing is on an island where there's prehistoric life, dinosaurs roaming around. So,
I know nothing about video games. The last video game I think I played was Pong.
That's a classic.
I just never got into it. I was never interested.
Here's something.
It's like Dungeons because I've never. I liked Monopoly and Clue and Cootie.
Have you played Horrified? It's the Universal Monsters game.
No, I haven't even seen it. I haven't even heard of it.
It's a board game, kind of a bit more involved than your average board game, but it's loads of fun. Basically, it's a cooperative game, so you're not competing against other players. You and other players are competing against the game itself. The game itself, the game controls the monsters. You control characters who would be in a Universal monster movie, and you can have any combination that includes Frankenstein's monster, the Bride, Dracula, the Creature, the Invisible Man, and the Wolf Man, and the Mummy. Almost forgot him. No Phantom. And the trick is that the game is unfairly skewed in the monster's favor. So you have to really strategize about all the different ways you have to defeat them. It's pretty fun.
It's interesting too. A lot of people are not happy with this. Or not a lot. Some people are. Some friends of mine are. Pete Von Shawley is not happy with this. But the way they include the creature, great as that monster was, in with Frankenstein and Dracula and the Wolfman, which is a completely different group of monsters. I mean, the creature was never a part of that 1930s, 1940s group. The creature, part of the group that includes, like the mole people and the metal mutant, things like that. But now the creature sort of been absorbed into the classic Universal monsters. But then you could say same for like the Phantom of the Opera and the Hunchback of Notre Dame. They were all not part of that group either. They were part of the silent movies. And, Universal did a version of Jekyll and Hyde in the 1920s and a werewolf movie in 1915. Those were the silent movie monsters. So there's really like three groups of them: the silents, the classic ones, for the Wolfman and everything, and then the ones from the 1950s.
Yeah. It does seem like a weird sort of thing. The closest I think the creature ever got to being with that original group was
the monsters.
But there's also that one segment from an episode of the Colgate Comedy Hour that Costello were on, where they recreate the Frankenstein opening the lid routine, although it was Dracula in the movie. And then after Lou scares the monster, the creature bursts out of something. So separated by 1 second, but that's as close as I think that he ever got originally. But he's part of the group now, so what can you do?
Yeah.
Maybe you could rationalize it as much like the creature is supposed to be in context. He's sort of the holdover for what those monsters were in a different era.
Yeah. Well, he had 2 sequels, like the earlier monsters.
Yep. Although I didn't like his design in The Creature Walks Among Us when they tried to make him look more human.
And he got bigger.
Yeah.
He
got these huge broad shoulders and everything. I don't know. I mean, it ends the trilogy, but it wasn't my favorite design.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting question. I know you've said that you don't believe in cryptids, but have you ever done stories with cryptids or such paranormal things?
I probably have. I've done so many comic book stories, horror or mystery, whatever you want to call them. And when I was doing the Dr. Spectre comics, he was basically an investigator of the occult, and he encountered ghosts and entities and demons and things like that. So yeah.
Well, there you go. I guess that's close. What was we have gotten quite a few. Just scanning, making sure. Oh, here's an easy one. Do you have a favorite prehistoric animal? I guess that can be any.
As a guy, I'm supposed to say T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex, but I find them all fascinating, and not just dinosaurs. I find mammoths and giant ground sloths and things, really fascinating. But dinosaurs across the board, I think they're probably all as interesting. They all have their own attributes and traits and unique qualities and things, and I love them all. I'm not prejudiced against any certain one, any particular one.
I found myself kind of expanding my horizons since I was a kid who just thought T-Rex was the coolest. Like Concavenator has an interesting look to it, with those weird incomplete double sails on the back, or Baryonyx with those heavy front claws and the crocodile snout.
Well, Spinosaurus is the one that keeps changing every couple of years. to figure out a different look for it. When I first heard of Spinosaurus, I was still in grammar school.
Mm.
I found out I saw it in a French paleontology book that I saw in the office of a paleontologist at the Field Museum in Chicago, and it was pictured just rearing up on it was a skeleton on its hind legs, looking just like a Tyrannosaurus or something, with a sail on its back, and that constantly keeps changing. And
Yeah, but
it's a fascinating creature.
well, the one skeleton, the only skeleton they had for a while, was destroyed during World War II. So that set things back quite a bit. But yeah, it's always changing. First, it was like T-Rex with a sail on its back. Then they said it's semi-aquatic. Then they say it spent most of its time in the water. Now it's not a semi-aquatic creature anymore. Maybe it walked on all fours. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. It's the ever-changing dinosaur. It's very weird.
And even what was destroyed during World War II was not a complete skeleton. It was, there wasn't much to it.
Yeah, they didn't have the upper skull. They were missing a lot of leg bones and spines, and it's a weird one. Here's an interesting one that might just promote some interesting discussion. What are your thoughts on physical versus streaming? That is, like, having physical media, like the multitude of DVDs I have behind me, physical books and whatnot, versus like digital media, streaming stuff.
Well, wait, I'm looking at the question here. It says steaming.
Oh, steaming. Well, maybe that was a Freudian slip.
I'm
pretty sure they meant streaming.
I have I like to have, my coffee pot steaming and things. But I am old school. I don't think I've ever streamed anything. It's, I like, if it's a movie I really like and want to own, I want a physical thing I can hold in my hand with a cover and artwork on it and liner notes and everything and put on a shelf somewhere. And I think some of my books and things you can get streaming, but I've never actually streamed anything myself that I can recall.
I view streaming as the new rental. It's like I like to actually own it. I always pick up physical books. I actually recently acquired, hang on just a moment. I'll grab one of them to showcase. I recently acquired from an uncle who got them from my grandfather, who was a sailor. These are this is a 100-year-old original Dickens. And there's like a set of 5 of them that I was recently given because I'm the only member of the family he trusted to actually take care of them. But like, this is amazing to me right here. I have a 100-year-old piece of history in my house, and you just don't get that when it's digital.
Well, I'll tell you something else too. Artwork. Most artists I know now, if not all of them, do everything on the computer. They don't paint. They don't, And one of the things we've lost is the pride of ownership of having an original piece of art in a frame hanging on your wall, and the artist also loses out on being able to sell that piece of original art, and it's like photo albums. When I was a kid, one of the joys of taking photos, you put them in an album, and then the family sits around and you turn the page. Oh, that's when Grandpa did this. Anyway, now it's all on your computer. We've lost that the experience of sitting down and turning the pages, and a whole different world now, actually. But I miss that. I don't want to have to look at if I want to see a photo of somebody, turn on my computer and look at the photo on the computer, or I don't have or on an iPhone or something like that. It's I don't want to watch movies on my phone.
Hmm.
I just,
Yeah. Lawrence of Arabia was not meant to be viewed on a screen this big.
yeah,
It's yeah, I've never gotten that either. I mean, like I said, when it comes to movies and stuff, streaming is the new renting. It's just you no longer go out to get a copy; it's just automatically there. But even
yeah,
that, I kind of miss in a way because there was a certain. It was always kind of exciting to go to a movie rental store and peruse through the titles and have a little piece of video art catch your eye, and you're thinking, oh, what the heck is this about? And then you turn it over, you read what it's about, and then maybe you realize, oh, I'm only 10 and this is rated R. My parents will never let me watch it. But then still find something that's so interesting, and that's just gone now. I miss that. Uh,
going to the movie theater once a week or something.
hmm.
When I was a kid, that's what we'd spend our Saturday afternoons pretty much. And sometimes if it wasn't kiddie movies, if it was, just regular movies that adults like, the family would go out during the week
Hmm.
and to the movie theater, and that was like an event. But
Yeah.
now it only costs a quarter. For kids back in my day, it would only cost 25 cents to get in.
Hmm.
And you could sit there all day if you liked the movie enough. You could sit there all day watching it. You didn't have to leave and wait for the next audience.
And it was more than just a movie. You also got short films and cartoons and newsreels.
Three Stooges, a serial
Hmm.
chapter.
Yeah. I mean, there are some DVDs I know that recreate that. Some of them. Like
Mm.
you get the special edition of Casablanca or something, you can do the Night at the Movies version that plays the newsreel and the short subject and everything beforehand. But I mean, theaters I think are still around. I know people said at the beginning they were dying, but then we had a bunch of hits that came along. I think it's more just that people have gotten kind of sick of the current trends being so inundated with them with modern movies. Just stuff like superhero stuff
Yeah,
or things like that. And you look at the movies that do well, it's stuff that's just sort of it's either trying something different or it's pure escapism or it's making fun of the recent trends and everything. So I think it's just we're in a sort of a transitionary period when it comes to theaters, but people still like going. I think I kind of roll my eyes every time people say theaters are dying out because then another movie comes along and makes close to $1 billion.
mm.
So who knows? Let's see. This is I saw this posted a couple of times too. Harkening back to the whole predatory herbivore dinosaur thing. What about other animals being cast as villains? Snakes, spiders, sharks, that sort of thing. Similar
Well,
thoughts?
yeah. Well, we talked about that earlier tonight. I I wish people would just accept animals as animals doing what their natural
Mm,
thing is.
yeah.
Uh,
It-
I heard somebody on the radio mention somebody had commented these are shark infested waters. No, they're not shark infested waters. They're people infest. The people are infesting the waters. It's the shark's natural habitat
yeah,
to do
exactly.
do. So,
Uh,
so I don't like animals being I don't characterized in real life as villains and
mm,
bad guys and evil. And I had a friend who I've had cats for years, and he would say cats are evil. They're evil creatures, and they're not evil creatures. They're just cats, and they do cat things.
yeah. Yeah, some cats are aloof, some cats aren't.
Yeah.
I do know there's a fairly new series of younger readers books that's recently been adapted into an animated movie called The Bad Guys. You heard of that one?
No,
It,
I have a book
it's
called that, but that was something else.
well that actually kind of is deliberately playing on this whole certain animals are always seen as villains, because you've got this group of career criminals, but they're comprised of a wolf, a shark, a piranha, a tarantula, and a snake. And the reason that they are bad guys is because everybody believes they're bad guys, so they just figured that's how we're going to be stereotyped, that's what we're going to be. And the story is about them actually defying all of that and becoming good guys. It's actually pretty well done.
Yeah. I was just thinking, this is the third show we've done now.
Mm-hmm.
If you take the first two in terms of time, that added up to about 5.5 hours of gabbing.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, what are we going to have? Are we going to have anything to talk about tonight?
Oh.
I guess we do.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. We have a couple other questions I can bring up here. If you were to do a new Universal Monsters shared universe, or do another shot at the Dark Universe, how would you do it? So if you revived the Universal Monsters.
If I would do my own version of the Universal Monsters or Dark Universe, or whatever you want to call it, I first of all would have. I mean, those monsters are iconic characters. It's almost a century ago that those movies were made, and they're still coming out with toys and things that look like those creatures, because everybody loves the Jack Pierce makeups and things. I would have, regardless of who's playing the roles, have the monsters at least cosmetically. Like, I mean, you can't have Boris Karloff's face or anything, but you can have the electrodes on the neck. You can have the scar, coming down there. You can do those things right. I've seen the new ride that they're doing now, or the new attraction.
Mm-hmm.
They don't, it's not a question of we don't want to do them exactly, the way they were done before. I mean, we're, because we don't want to get sued by Universal. Universal owns their characters. They don't have to put a new modern take on them.
Mm-hmm.
Or because some guy who works there in the art department says, "Hey, I'm going to show you how. I'm going to put some. I'm going to do this. I'm going to add some extra scars." And the creature looks nothing like the creature, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
the wolf doesn't look like the wolf man. Why do they buy? Why don't they just do the characters that everybody's familiar with? Now, I made that comment on Facebook, and some guy got on my case. Well, this is the modern age. We're doing the updated versions. I don't think it's just me and the old timers that want to see the original look of those monsters. I think that's what sells the lunch boxes and the masks and all that sort of thing. Yeah. They look like those characters. And so I would, I wouldn't update them as far as the superficial physical traits that those characters had. Like they did in Van Helsing. I mean, to me, the Frankenstein monster looked like a buffoon to me, a clown. If you have it, go with what you've got. Godzilla. How many Godzilla movies are there? I've lost count.
There have been a lot. He's got more than Bond.
Yeah, every Godzilla movie, he looks a little different, but not in an offensive sort of way. I mean, that character's just by nature is evolving all the time, so it can look a little different. The dorsal fins maybe be a little bit bigger or a little bit sharper or whatever, but he still look recognizable as Godzilla. It's Godzilla because it's got the basic things. I think the Toho once had a rule that if you make a Godzilla movie at another company, certain things you couldn't change. Like it had to have 4 toes, and
I think they did that after the 1998 one.
Yeah, and I don't know if you, I mean, every time Universal tries to update one of these creatures, to my opinion, they botch it. They if they would just do it the way people want to see them, I think they would be a lot more successful. I mean, look how many times they tried launching this dark universe.
Yeah.
Was it going to be that Dracula movie where it's like the origin? I forgot what the name.
There was Last Voyage of the Demeter.
Yeah, and there's that, and then
there was Renfield. There was
Renfield. You know, it's they're just missing the boat as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, I know last time you said you weren't overly fond of the 2010 Wolfman. I do think the makeup, like if you were gonna,
makeup was great.
Yeah, the makeup looked good. If you were gonna update the Wolfman for the modern day, that would be the look to do.
But making his father a werewolf too, and all that. I mean, it was just...
Well, I think they were kind of trying to mash together the Wolfman and Werewolf of London a little bit and put their own spin on it. But you know, the remake is what it is. I think the extended cut's certainly better than the theatrical cut, and it's a miracle it even got made, considering what a mess the production was.
There's another. They're doing a remake right now.
Yeah, and he doesn't look even mildly lycanthropic.
Yeah, you know, it's like, how many movies are they going to make called The Mummy? How many movies are going to make called The Wolfman until they get it right?
I mean, they did look out with the 1999 Mummy, even though that wasn't a very faithful adaptation. People do like that one with Brendan Fraser and Arnold Vosloo. It was definitely more of an action movie than it was a horror movie.
Yeah, the first one was more like a Ray Harryhausen movie. Those mummies did not look real by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, that's 90s CGI for you. But, you know, people were willing to forgive the CGI because they were having fun, I think. It was a fun little adventure. Kind of more Indiana Jones than Universal Monsters, but so that's what you would do in terms of physicality. Any thoughts on what you would do in terms of a story for those characters?
Well, Universal tried doing this as a cartoon show back in the
Monster Force, right?
It was called Monster Force.
Mm-hmm.
And again, they owned all those characters, so they made them look like knockoffs. They made them look like another studio had done. And the Frankenstein monster was kind of this good guy, and I talked to people working on that show that were friends of mine, and I said, "What mummy are you going to do?" Because I was hired by Universal to write like a promotional thing for them, which I don't know what they ever did with it, but you have the mummy that everybody remember, the mummy that had the fans. I mean, the Karloff mummy was the classic, but the mummy that the people had fun with was the Karis mummy, the one that came later and made all the sequels and everything. And I said, use that mummy. Have Dracula be the boss monster, and we got to have the Imhotep mummy. I said, well, he's too much like Dracula. And, they just, nobody listened to me, but I wonder, that show just kind of came and went. And, it's, so they, in a way, had an animated version of their Dark Universe back whenever that show was on them, in the 80s or the 90s or whenever it was.
Mid-90s, I think. I didn't even know about it until recently.
Yeah.
But so you would do something different from that, I'm guessing, in terms of a story if you got to write them?
I don't know. I mean, I think in a way that series of novels I wrote is sort of like that.
Yeah.
I have a Meet Dracula and a werewolf who's very much like Lawrence Talbot, and a mummy, and
Going to the Lost World,
and they're all crossing over. They never. I even had to meet King Kong in one, or sort of. I didn't call him, but they didn't all meet at one time,
Yeah.
but each one had their own little story. And sometimes there were two or three of them in the movie, in the books, and I had fun with those because I was writing stories that were influenced by Mary, not only by Mary Shelley, but also Dick Reefer's comic book series of the 50s, the Universal movies, the Hammer movies,
Mm.
Republic serials. It was a big, I just had a great field day doing that. And uh, maybe I would do something like that. I don't know. If I was given the assignment and they were paying me, I would think a lot more. I'd give it a lot more serious thought and work something out.
Yeah. I've given it some thought too. I mean, I've got my own book, Occult Mafia, that's also kind of an homage to those kind of things, and has them more as has the analogs for those characters more as protagonists. I've always thought if I were going to do a Universal Monsters thing, and they wanted to go all in on the shared universe stuff, I felt like they did their first one, like that Tom Cruise mummy thing, all wrong. Like, interesting idea having the monster hunting organization and even having Dr. Jekyll be the head of it, because you can do a lot with that concept, but he was sidelined, and we were following Tom Cruise, this 50-year-old man acting like a 14-year-old boy for some reason, and even the mummy they went with wasn't really in focus all that much and was defeated pretty much at the end. So how are you supposed to build a universe off of that when the one of the major characters is already killed off? I've always thought if you were going to do a story like that, sort of have it be that, first of all, make Jekyll and Hyde the main character slash characters. You can focus a bit more on the whole thing that Jekyll's trying to keep it together, but Hyde's always trying to bust out of him and mess everything up. And maybe have it be that a lot of these monsters already existed and have already been caught. Like, they're in custody. They have Frankenstein's monster and the bride, maybe in separate cells, because every time they try to put them together, they don't get along. Have the gill man in a fish tank, something like that. And set it up so that Dracula is infiltrating it. He's manipulating things so that all of these monsters that are already in custody get unleashed.
Hmm.
And set it like actually back in the 30s, 40s era. So you can actually, first of all, you got more style, because I've always preferred the way things looked back then as opposed to now. I mean, look at the hats I wear. But then you can also add the element of like sort of an allegory with all this evil gets unleashed into the world right as World War II starts. And then you can have this organization that's trying to round them up have extra trouble because now they have to navigate a war-torn area where these guys might be. Maybe they have members within their ranks who aren't so good. Like maybe one of their scientists is a guy working on an invisibility formula he thinks might be useful, and then when he takes it, everything goes wrong. I don't know. It's just when I've thought about that question, that's what I've come up with. But, I mean, technically, Frankenstein and Dracula are public domain. Anybody can use them, as long as they're not the universal ones.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, big takeaway is Universal needs to pay you to make some monster movies. Or maybe pay both of us. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, speaking of which, would you say that slasher villains are the new Universal monsters? Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, those guys. Excuse me.
Maybe for a while, but they're old hat now too. I mean, when was the last?
Yeah, they tried rebooting Jason and Freddy a couple of years ago. It didn't take.
Yeah. The only monster that seems to have real longevity is Godzilla. I mean, he's been around for almost as long as some of those, as
70 years.
some of the Universal ones. I mean, the Creature, he's been around since 1954.
Mm-hmm.
That's when the Creature started.
Yep, 7 decades for both of them. It's
I
yeah. Go ahead.
I think the slasher movies in general as a genre is kind of extinct. I don't think,
Yeah.
you know,
The most success they had was when they rebooted the Halloween movies a little bit ago, but even those have fizzled out by now. But now, of course, I did see another comment in here, but it's kind of branching off on that. They're remaking Nosferatu, so they're going all the way back.
yeah, I don't know anything about that one except the title. So I don't know. Are they going to make it a silent movie? Are they going to do it in
It's
black
not
and white?
silent. There is a bit of a almost inside joke in that Willem Dafoe is playing uh, the Van Helsing character, but he played the vampire. He played Max Schreck in Shadow of the Vampire. So interesting. He's going back to it in a completely different role. The trailers look really intense. Looks like they're doing a lot of practical effects actually, and that it looks like they're actually trying to make traditional vampires scary again. Like not the romantic kind, not the tragic kind.
The rock star look.
Yeah, they haven't revealed what Orlok looks like yet, but we see glimpses of him in the trailers, and it looks like they genuinely want him to be frightening. I've even heard some reviews where people say, "Yeah, I got to go to a preview of it. I crossed myself several times throughout the movie, just in case." There's this one really neat shot in the trailer of this overhead flying shot of the town and the shadow of Orlok's hand reaching out over it and moving. Like that alone, I think, is like that's already the iconic shot. It looks like it'll be really good to me. Let's see.
I hope so.
Yeah. If it is good, then who knows? It might do some interesting stuff for horror going forward. Maybe Universal will look at that and think, oh, that's what we had to do. Or maybe it'll be a huge mess. I don't know. Let's see. Hadn't heard of Monster Force. I looked it up. I hate it. Well, let's see. So also kind of along similar lines. They just aired Creature Commandos, which is another monster team. They have Frankenstein and the Bride on there. I don't suppose you've seen that yet.
No, I used to read the comic books years ago when they back in the 70s or 80s, whenever they're coming out. I can't remember when they were coming out.
The originals, right? I think it was the 70s, where it was like a Frankenstein monster, a vampire, a werewolf, and then eventually a Gorgon. Yeah, this is nothing like that. This is based on a newer version, but it's definitely not horror. I'll say that, but it's off to an interesting start. So, like they do some interesting stuff with the Frankenstein characters in particular. Like they're kind of, I have a feeling that James Gunn kind of based his version of the Frankenstein and Bride story on that one version where Sting played Victor Frankenstein. If anybody remembers that movie, The Bride, I think.
Oh, yeah.
That I recognized a few shades of that because in this version, when the bride is made, she's, of course, traditionally she is repulsed by the monster that she's supposed to be made for, but she starts forming a closer bond with Victor, and things go downhill from there for everybody. But only 2 episodes so far. But yeah, there's some. I don't know where I was gonna go after that actually, but what time are we at by this point? We're at 1:39. We've been doing pretty well so far. Let's see what else. I know I said that we were going to try talking about your movies a bit more. one movie that comes to mind that you also with Pete Von Shawley did a theme song for was Dinosaur Valley Girls. That sort
My
of an interesting.
first professional movie.
There you go. Sort of a semi-comedic homage to 1,000,000 Years BC, I'm thinking.
Exactly. It was, in fact, right before we started shooting, I brought the cast over to my house and I ran a videotape I had of the 1941 million BC.
Mm,
And I said,
old school.
this is how I want you to act. It's going to seem like old-fashioned silent movie acting, over the top, but you're not going to be speaking English language. So a lot of it's got to be done with gestures and facial expressions and body language and all that. And so that was not a rehearsal, but it was. I made him sit through the whole movie.
Hey, that's good preparation. And what sort of insights can you tell us about that? Like, because there's certainly some interesting things that happen in there with the time travel element. The one Allosaurus, you gave him a name. I don't remember what it was.
The Jurassic Punk.
Yes.
And we trademarked that name a year before Jurassic Park came out. And because I knew it was coming. I had friends that worked at ILM. Dennis Muir was a friend of mine, and I knew what it was going to be big. And so we were, Pete and I were putting our albums together, and I didn't know, it just came to me, the title. And so now there's a lot of science in that song. I researched what it was like, what is now the Morrison Formation, and late Jurassic time, and they got the plants right and everything, and that was a fun movie to do. It was my first. It's going to be coming out now on Blu-ray with a whole slew of new bonus features.
Is it gonna retain some of the originals? Like the first DVD has the Dinosaur Tracks music videos thing.
They told me that, and I insisted on it. I hope it's all going to be on there. All the bonus features from the original, and there were a lot of them, will be on there. Plus, there's about 3, 4, or 5 new bonus features, including a sit-down interview with me, talking a lot, and then a tour through my house, and then a couple of music videos that I directed with a dancer friend of mine. And they're putting, optional subtitles that they're doing. They did that. They had somebody go in there and write subtitles for the whole movie. So there's a lot of new stuff on it.
There's also a novelization of Dinosaur Valley Girls, isn't there?
In fact, you can get it on Amazon right now. It's being sold. I wrote a novelization, and it has some of the scenes that we cut out because the movie was running too long. And so everything is complete in the novel. And I also wrote a making of book, which may also be reissued in conjunction with the movie. I don't know if they can get it out in time, though. But 2 books, a song, and then the movie itself.
Yeah. There's I like some of the little gags you throw in, like when the main character, who's this Hollywood star, going through his own issues, when he starts having these dreams about traveling back through time, and he goes to a museum to find out these 2 guys walk out of the museum, notice him, and one of them says, "Was that?" And the other guy shakes his head and goes, "Charlie Sheen is much taller." And I was like, "Hey, he does kind of look like."
Those are 2 of our investors from Chicago. In fact, one of them, the shorter one, friendships with me last a long time if they're real friendships. I was going through a photo album in my mother's house in Chicago,
Mm-hmm.
I found a photo of a birthday party or a Halloween party, one or the other, in our basement, and his mother is in the photo, pregnant with him.
Hmm.
So that's how far we went back. And yeah, that was a lot of people don't. There's like how many people have? Nobody's ever pointed out that all the cavemen are named after fast food restaurants. Big Mac,
Yeah, I did notice that.
you know, they're all,
Yeah.
that was one of my jokes. And I made up that whole language myself that they
Mm.
speak. I didn't want them to speak English. I didn't
Mm.
want any me, Tarzan, you, Jane kind of. I wanted to, and I figured that languages may have begun originally because they sounded like what they were, what the act was. So, like a little kid says, burn touches something that's hot, it goes owie. Well, that's what
Mm-hmm.
was my word for pain, owie. And I made up the whole language built on those kinds of things.
Yeah, it worked, and of course, some of them start to pick up. At least one of them picks up on some English later on.
Well, what's funny was the actors. There was a lot of downtime waiting around doing nothing. They memorized the cave dialogue,
Hmm.
and then they started calling each other. They would make up like dirty names, they putting my cave words together, and they would have these funny. They would, and they would know what they were saying. I didn't know what they were saying, but they did. It was really something.
Now that is method. Huh. Is there any footage of that's available, or like?
That was like in the dressing rooms and
Ah,
during lunch and that kind of thing.
hmm. That's great. That one of the things I miss about acting, that behind the scenes stuff, especially if you're playing off of the work you're doing. It's, but what? Let's see. I'm trying to think of other questions about this movie. Well, as far as the song goes, like, what was the inspiration for the theme song, "Dinosaur Valley Girls"?
Well,
Like, what was the style and
we
things
were
like that?
we were going to do another album, another Dinosaur Tracks album, and we were trying to come up with just new. I was just trying to come up with new subjects for music. And Pete Von Charlie, my partner, had a movie coming out called Prehysteria from Blue Full Moon Productions,
I know that one.
and I had this. So I suggested to Pete, why don't you do a song on we do one on Prehysteria, and then we'll do one on Dinosaur Valley Girls. And the inspiration for the style of the song was Eddie Cochran. I don't know if you remember Eddie Cochran from the 1950s. It was
Figures. Yeah.
Summertime Blues. The guitar started do 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 do. That's how our song started out. So that was the inspiration.
Hmm.
And Jurassic Punk was just one of those things. It wasn't originally going to be a musical production number like it was in the movie. But what happened was I was just going to have the scene playing in the movie somewhere with some dinosaur footage over it, and we were at the studio, and it was running really late, and a couple of the girls some of the girls were getting bored, and two of them, by sheer coincidence, happened to be dance choreographers.
Hmm.
They said, "Hey, can we choreograph a dance routine? It would go great with that song." And I said, "Well, sure," because I knew if they would be spending time choreographing this musical number, they'd get them. They wouldn't be bothering me for a while because they'd be have something to do while I was doing something else. And then our cameraman said, "Hey, I can rent a jib arm, which is like a mini crane. And if they're going to do a dance routine, I can just go up and down and go all over the place with this routine."
Hmm.
Then I asked, just I don't know what made me think of this. I said, "Are any of you girls afraid to handle a boa constrictor?" And I happen to have a pet boa constrictor. And this one dancer said, "Oh, I love snakes." So I brought the snake down, and we did that, and we made this whole musical number, which wasn't even in the script, I don't think. And we finished at 4 a.m. And and the reason I put this, I wanted to get the snake in the movie somewhere anyway. And I don't know if are you familiar with Ray Dennis Steckler? He made
It
movies
sounds familiar.
Red Fink and Boo Boo and the Thrill Killers and some of those things.
I think I've heard of those. Yeah.
Well, he inspired me for the snake, and now here's why. And I told him I reconnected with him because we were friends back in the '60s, and I reconnected with him just about a year before he died in Las Vegas, where he had a video shop. And I said, I got to thank you for giving me one of my greatest pieces of advice for making a low budget film and increasing the production value of it. And let me tell you what happened. I said, I went to the cast and crew screening of the Thrill Killers. And in the Thrill Killers, there's a chase scene between a guy on a horse, riding a horse, and a cop on a motorcycle. And I said, whatever gave you the inspiration to do a chase between a guy on a horse and somebody on a motorcycle? I don't know if I've ever seen that. Well, it turned out I had seen it in an old Western, but I forgot about that. So he said, well, I knew a guy who had a horse and I knew a guy who had a motorcycle. I said, whoa, that's like an epiphany for me. You have what you've got on hand. And, the fact that these girls were choreographers made my movie look better because I had two professional choreographers doing choreographing a dance routine. And because we happen to have the jib arm, we can get some crane-like shots in there. And because I happen to have a boa constrictor, we have another bit of production value. We have a live animal, and the girl's not afraid to let it crawl all around her neck and everything. And that's how that whole musical production number came about. It was just one thing, a bunch of circumstances coming together at the right time. And I like to find out what an actor can do on his free time, what their hobbies are, because sometimes they surprise you and can do something in the movie using their own unique talent or whatever it is. And all it does is make your movie look better. It makes it look more expensive than it really is. And that was a lesson I learned, all from Ray Dennis Steckler's chase with a car and a motorcycle. A motorcycle and a horse.
Yeah. That is some good advice. I mean, to anyone who out there who's thinking they want to get into doing this sort of thing, but they don't think they have the resources, can't they make it look good? Like, maybe you do have what you need to make your interesting movie. You just gotta think of it the right way, right?
Yeah.
Any other insights you can give us into like indie movie making? Some tips or anything?
Well, the most important thing is you got to come up with the money to make it, and then figure out what you can afford to do, what you can't afford to do. I kind of, exceed my limits sometimes, but I figure out cheap ways of doing expensive things. Like the scene in Tales of Frankenstein where the monster made up of vampire parts looks in the mirror and sees just a brain floating there. Everybody on the set told me that there's no way you're going to do that. You're going to have to have CGI. You're going to have all this stuff done. And I said, no, we'll do it the way they used to do it in the old days. We'll do a split screen and we'll have the brain hanging on a thread that you won't see in the movie, all kinds of stuff like that. And it all came together. It became a beautiful. And so a lot of those old techniques, even though they're old, doesn't mean they're not good anymore or they don't work anymore. And they shouldn't be completely, ignored just because everybody wants to be CGI. They want to be able to say everything is done with CGI. I
Mm.
mean, we just did in Dinosaur Valley Girls that I was doing in my old amateur movies when I was a kid, like forced perspective, where you have if it's a sunny day and you use a wide angle lens and everything stays in focus, you put the actor way in the background and the dinosaur head up in front, close to the camera, and it looks like they're all both in the same plane. So I
Mm-hmm.
had my hero, staring at the Allosaurus in the face, where the Allosaurus head was only about, a foot long, or maybe not even that, and it looked like it was gigantic, and he was way in the background, and the Allosaurus was up front, and I was doing that sort of thing, because that was the only way I knew how to do it. I could only when I was making amateur movies as a kid. That's the only way I could figure out to do an effect like that.
And it worked.
It worked. A lot of the old stuff still works.
Yeah. Yeah, more people need to be reminded of those older techniques. Of course, nowadays people keep thinking that it's all going to be AI generated. I don't
Well,
see it myself, but
we had
what?
two Allosaurs in there. We had a stop motion puppet, and then we had the animatronic.
Hmm.
And the animatronic was used for, just growling and that sort of thing. And the puppet was used when you had to see it walking around and fighting and that kind of thing.
Hmm.
There was
Yep.
one scene where the animatronic was on its last legs. I mean, it couldn't really do anything anymore. And we needed one shot where the Allosaurus lunged towards the camera. We had to have that shot. And Tom Dickens didn't know, how are we going to do this? It doesn't work anymore. I said, let me, and I'll get a special effects team credit for this, which I did. I'll just simply push the figure towards the camera, and the gravity will do the rest. The head will move a little bit, and we'll shoot it. I think we shot it in slow motion, and it looks great. Just it's just coming at you like that, and it was just me pushing it, giving it a shove, and yes, it's imagine what you can accomplish with no money and a little bit of ingenuity.
Hmm. Yeah, it's good to be reminded of that every so often. But again, like so many people think that it's all going to be replaced by AI. Do you think that's any sort of? Do you think there's any future of AI replacing everything, or do you think it'll just be a tool, or that it'll fade away?
Well, unfortunately, it's seen in so many movies. It's become more than a tool. It's become the movie, and it's it's like some of the superhero films. The last 45 minutes or so with just so much CGI, you don't even know where to look anymore because there's so many things going on, and where in the old days it wouldn't be so intricate or so spectacular, and you could focus on one thing. Um, I don't, you don't see at least I don't see a whole lot of movies that are just straight dramas anymore. Something like Casablanca or On the Waterfront or The Godfather or some of those. It's all special effects and things. And the sad thing is, I did a radio show 5 or 6 years ago, and there was the co-host was a young lady about 21 years old, and she kept making references all the time in the show about her generation. And I mentioned something about movies, and she said, "Well, my generation doesn't really watch movies anymore." I said, "No, what do you do?" She, well, we'll have them on TV, and they're like, kind of like having music, like a record. She didn't say record because I don't think she knew what a record was, but having like music in the background. And once in a while, we look over at the screen and see what's going on. And another friend of mine who was a screenwriter, I was complaining about holes in the plot. I mean, that's what a big bugaboo with me, holes in the plot. And he said he didn't care as long as the action was moving fast enough for him to keep watching it. The story really didn't make any difference. He was a writer, a screenwriter. So I guess people maybe it's asking too much for them to sit down and actually watch a dramatic performance in an adult storyline. I don't
Hmm.
know. I'm getting tired. Frankly, I never thought I would say this. Back when I was a kid watching The Adventures of Superman on TV with George Reeves, I never thought I would say, I'm really getting tired of superheroes.
Hmm. They have inundated a lot.
Yeah.
Like when it was well, when you get like one or two superhero movies a year and they're from completely different productions, that was still pretty fun. But now, like Disney's been went through several years of churning out like almost like three or four movies a year, plus all the shows you have to watch because they're part of that continuity too. And I mean, the part of the reason I got sick of it is just because it's too much. That I feel like I just want to watch one movie every once in a while.
I'll tell you something else I'm tired of. When years ago, not just when I was a kid, um, you look at the animated features, and everyone looked different from each other. They
Mm,
all had their own style, depending on what the subject matter was and who was the artist involved and all that.
mm,
And now they're all like these Pixar movies.
yeah.
They look exactly the same. There's always a lot of fast cuts, a lot of mugging,
Hmm.
celebrity voices, not voices that are trained to do like radio and
Hmm.
voiceover work, but all celebrities, comedians, and things, and they all look like the same movie to me. You know,
Yeah. They some movies have been trying to branch away from that. Like the Bad Guys movie I mentioned, it's it's still a 3D CGI cartoon, but they put a lot of effort into making it look and feel like it could have been a Tex Avery cartoon almost. So every
well,
once
those
in a while,
yeah, those the CGI cartoon characters all look to me like they're made out of rubber. They're
mm,
all moving at the same speed. They're all, like constantly moving, all kinds of movement. Even when you use characters like that on TV commercials, the same thing.
mhm,
Where if it was a guy just selling a product, he'd be sitting there and he'd be talking. But the animated cartoon, the CGI, the computer generated animated character is everything is moving constantly. It's I don't know.
yeah. Uh, there is this one studio over in Ireland, actually. I think it's Cartoon Saloon, if I remember correctly. They've been doing traditional 2D animation. They're probably still using computers, but it's 2D. Very they look so beautiful, these movies. Like the first one is was inspired by the history of this illuminated text, the Book of Kells. And you know the illuminated texts, right? They're like the they're adaptations of the Bible, but they've got like extra artistry put into the writing and images and whatnot. And so they animated the movie to look like it could have been from that book.
Oh, I
So it's
see.
got sort of an it's sort of a medieval style where you have the simpler looking shapes and everything, but it moves so wonderfully. And when they go a little bit extra in the movement, it really stands out. And the characters are very interesting the way they're even just the art itself. Like there's this recurring visual motif throughout
Mm.
of like round shapes and circles representing artistry and wisdom and whatnot, whereas anything with straight lines and sharp angles represents fear and anger and whatnot. And the way they use that throughout with all the different creatures and characters, very good, very amazing. So
There,
there's still some stuff out there if you look.
yeah, there was some year, maybe 10, 20 years ago.
Hmm.
I don't remember when it was done, but somebody, I guess at Universal, they were thinking of doing an animated version of Frankenstein meets a Wolfman, I think it was.
Hmm.
And they did a test shot of the monster walking down some steps and then through like castle area and then towards the camera.
Hmm.
And it looked kind of like board. It looked like it looked the cosmetic aspects of the monster, the neck electrodes and the flat head and all that were dead on, just like in the movies. And the atmosphere was the same. And that's as far as it ever got. Now, maybe if they made a Dark Universe movie, that's the way they should do it, you know, and it could be very stylized and this timeless era and place where you don't really know what time, you know. Yeah, but the monster walked the way. I mean, everything was correct on it, and it's. I think it's on you. It's probably on YouTube.
I'm definitely gonna have to look that up.
Yeah,
I'd never even heard of that before.
yeah. It's. It was just the monster walking down some steps in the background and walking towards, you know, into the foreground in this castle or dungeon area.
No,
I don't know. I don't know who did it.
I mean, I've always wondered why not just use animation for some of these things? It's time consuming, sure, but you can do so much more with it.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Well, you can do practically anything with animation, but the way it offers the chance to be more stylistic. You don't have to worry about if the makeup looks right or anything, because you just draw it and it's done.
Yeah.
So
I think this. I don't know if this was old-fashioned animation or computer animation. I don't remember how it was done, but it was really, really done with a lot of love, and a lot of heart went into it. Obviously.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look that up. I think we've. Are there any more questions? Let's see what this one is. Machine Dragon Nero. I'm making a dinosaur story with a fictional sauropod as the antagonist. It's not mindlessly killing. It knows what it's doing and enjoys it, but I think I'm making it too smart. Any thoughts? Ignoring that there should be an extra O and 2, of course. I guess he's looking for a little feedback. Like, how do you know when your creature is more in... I think you get what he's asking, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no. I never thought of that before that I can remember.
Well, your novel Spawn. I'm early in that, but
Spawn takes place on a different planet. So a whole dinosaurs evolved their own evolutionary way. They're not. There's not like an exact duplicate of a T-Rex or a.
But I do. I'm still early in that, but it seems like it's implied anyway that the alien dinosaurs they're dealing with are more intelligent than they initially think.
Well, there was I don't know if you've gotten that far yet, or I wrote that book a long time ago, so it's hard to remember even what's in it. But there was something, spores from outer space somehow merge with the dinosaurs and make them smart.
And,
they're like a symbiotic relationship, but that affects their brains, and so they do things that real dinosaurs would never do. But that was the reason. I think that was probably inspired by. I get a lot of inspiration. I think it was probably inspired by Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the spores.
I did kind of get that impression where they're landing, the dinosaurs all gather around them, and the astronauts are thinking, "Why aren't they doing anything? They're just staring at us."
Yes.
And then it's like the dinosaurs suddenly realize, "Oh, they know we're acting differently," and but you don't give it away too early, of course. You're just introducing that little mystery.
I don't remember how the plot went. I know half of the book is on the planet and half is on Earth. Maybe not half and half, but
I'm still early in it myself.
Yeah,
I think in terms of like
the funny thing about that book was what the inspiration was. It was originally titled, that novel. I originally titled it Dino World, and what the inspiration was Westworld. When I saw Westworld, the movie, I said, what if this was an amusement park with dinosaurs, and something goes awry? And then, of course, Jurassic Park, the novel came out.
Mm-hmm.
But I was not copying Jurassic Park. It's total coincidence, unless Crichton was plagiarizing me, which I doubt,
Well, I
But
mean, there's already enough controversy with Carnosaur, but
well, yeah, I worked on that. I mean, I was the dinosaur consultant on that. Was my first
mm-hmm.
on-screen credit, in a feature-length movie.
Mm.
And there's, the funny thing about Carnosaur, there's of the entire series of how many of them? Maybe 3 of them now, or
At least.
yeah. There was no Carnosaur in any of the movies. None of the dinosaurs in any of those movies are classified as a Carnosaur. Carnosaurs were a more primitive type of theropod. Allosaurus is a Carnosaur. T-Rex was not. And T-Rex belonged. They used to classify years ago any carnivorous dinosaurs that was big was a Carnosaur, and anyone that was small was a Coelurosaur. And now it turns out that Tyrannosaurus was a Coelurosaur, and that's the group that gave rise to birds.
Yeah.
That's the birds are technically still in that group of Coelurosaurian dinosaurs. And I find that very interesting.
Yeah.
But there's no Carnosaur in Carnosaur.
Go figure. The kind of like the Japanese movie Legend of Dinosaurs and Monster Boys.
I was just going to say that. When dinosaurs ruled the earth, the Hammer film, there's only one dinosaur in that, and that's the Chasmosaurus that comes out of chases the guy off the cliff or whatever he does in that. The other things are totally, they're either pterosaurs or something like the mother, just totally made up.
That was the Redosaurus, though. That was the beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Well, yeah, sort of them, like that, or maybe an iguana, a lizard, or something.
I think the intention, I don't know if they actually have the rights to it, but I think the intention was it was a Redosaurus.
Well, I know Planet of Dinosaurs.
Yeah, that definitely has one.
That was definitely an intentional Redosaurus. That makes a brief appearance.
And gets taken down by a T-Rex.
I made an amateur movie years ago when I was about 19 years old called Son of Tor. And I had guest appearances by it was on a prehistoric plateau, like in the Lost World. And I had guest appearances by certain famous monsters in stop motion. And one was the Redosaurus, one was Godzilla, one was the Eber from 20 Million Miles to Earth. I even had a giant behemoth in it. And Gorgo. They were all in it. It was like the House of Frankenstein of dinosaur movies.
Love it. I didn't want to get too far away from his question, though. I do think he was looking to know how he knows if his dinosaur's getting too smart. I think maybe one bit of advice I would give would be, if you don't want him to be too smart, maybe don't have him capable of abstract thought.
Yeah, if he's reasoning, he couldn't reason. It's got to be, anything that it would be operating on instinct. That's
like,
but it couldn't put 2 and 2 together or anything like that.
It can have it understand cause and effect, maybe understand if you want it to be smarter than average, have it understand how to do certain things that maybe just a simpler animal would not, but don't have it philosophizing about its existence. Certainly,
somebody told the most intelligent dinosaurs, as far as we know, were a certain group of theropods, carnivorous dinosaurs called troodonts, and they had fairly large brains and everything. And I remember a paleontologist once saying that, I don't remember who it was, but he said the smartest a dinosaur could be, the very apex of dinosaur intelligence, would be like a modern day ostrich. And ostriches are pretty stupid. you open the door for an ostrich and you hope he goes through the door and doesn't bang his head in the wall.
Yeah, I remember all that Troodon stuff, and I remember the theory that if the Troodons never went extinct, they'd evolve into the dinosaur man.
Yeah, that was when I wrote my Ultraman script. That never got made. I based my idea of the lead villain, which was a saurian humanoid kind, on that idea that they kept evolving. They hit underground when the asteroid was coming, and they continued to evolve underground for millions and millions of years. And the creature was something like that.
Hopefully not too much like that statue they kept circulating around. That thing freaked me out when I was younger. The eyes that just on that statue that just kind of were staring at you.
Oh yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, I have no fondness for that at all.
I wonder what happened to that statue. I saw it. We had a special symposium at our museum here a long time ago, decades ago, and that was brought here. It was part of the exhibition.
I would be curious to know what happened to it, but I wouldn't want to actually look at it.
It wasn't really that tall. It was
because like Troodons weren't that big, and it wasn't much bigger than that. So, here's a question. What are your thoughts on the Czech dictator Karl Zeman's journey to the? I think he meant director. Journey to the Beginning of Time. If you've most likely seen it.
Yeah, they used to run that as a serial in Chicago on this local kids show called Garfield Goose and Friends. And they would run it once a year, always when I was not in Chicago, so I had to catch up with it later. But it's kind of slow moving. I mean, there's not much in terms of conflict or anything in it for a story, but I thought it was pretty well done. The dinosaurs and everything move kind of in a fanciful way, I thought, and then it looked a little bit fanciful, but I've loved it. I have no problem. It was an interesting concept, going down the river and going through time as you're going down the river. And but yeah, they serialized that in Chicago, and you would get one chapter a day. And I don't know how many 20 chapters long it was or something like that. I like Zeman's work. He's done some great things. There's another one he did with dinosaurs I saw, which it was based on some Jules Verne story there, and they were all like attacking a fort or fortress like the Alamo or something. And then they did the wonderful world, or the fantastic world of Jules Verne, which, like you were talking about, looking like medieval drawings, artwork come to life. This was like woodcut drawings from those original Jules Verne publications, the stories when they first came out. Like those are coming to life, and everything looked, it was all in black and white. And I saw that in the theater, and I didn't know what to make of it. It was like, what am I watching here? This is really crazy. But it was fun to watch. And yeah, I like Karel Zeman's work a lot. I saw one where he animated there was like a little a mini documentary about him that I saw years ago. And they showed things like that I never saw anybody else attempt. Like there was a glass ballet dancer or something. And I don't know if they were replacement models or if he had to heat the figure up to move it, or exactly how he did it. And it was all in Czech, So, but it was wonderful. I wonder what happened to that film. I haven't seen that in decades.
I'm really gonna have to look into it. I'm not as familiar with his stuff as others.
And then there's Starovich. You ever seen any of the Staroviches?
Not sure.
He did that. They used to run it a lot on TV, and when TNT was running Up All Night, I think it was. Is a short called The Puppy Dog's Nightmare or something like that. And it's about all these devils and things that come to life and scare this dog, and they're all stop motion. And it's really kind of almost unpleasant to watch. There's something weird, really twisted about it,
Hmm.
and that's readily available on like certain DVD collections. It's a bonus feature. I couldn't tell you offhand on which ones though, but
Huh.
um, it's
I,
really like watching something out of hell.
yeah, I feel like I'd remember that one. Or maybe I would have blocked it out. I don't know.
You probably saw it, maybe just forgot. I mean, it's been on many, many times. We need to
Maybe.
talk.
Have you heard about the upcoming movie Primitive War?
I don't know anything about it, never heard of it.
It's they're still working on it, I think. Basically, Vietnam War movie, but dinosaurs appear.
Oh, it's a War the Time Forgot,
Kind of.
the comic book
Yep.
series.
Except instead of World War II or something like that, it's Vietnam specifically.
Hmm.
I've only seen, I think at this point, there's only a poster that shows a T-Rex skull with a soldier's helmet in it in the jaws, and a little behind the scenes interview with the cast and crew that's up on YouTube.
Hmm.
Looks like it might be good. There's been people have been trying to get more dinosaur movies out there other than the Jurassic Park and Jurassic World movies for a while. And
Well, I'd like to see they do the War the Time Forgot
mm,
as a movie.
yeah,
And I'd like to see Turok done as a movie.
there was an animated Turok movie a while back.
It was okay, but it deviated from certain. There was a time when I was working for Gold Key Comics
Mm-hmm.
that I actually met with people. I was trying to get the rights to Dagar, and during the conversation I was having with them, Dr. Spector came up, and Turok came up, and Trag came up, and I was at a point where it looked like I was going to get those options on those characters for free just because I was working for the company. And then they waited, and then the comics all got canceled, and that was the end of that.
That's too bad. I've been trying to look up like where to find those things. I think there's only one volume of Dr. Spector I've found on Amazon that's not unreasonably priced at this point.
Yeah, the last volume that came out was way overpriced. I don't know if it had a small print run or what the problem was, but the last one that came out, I think it was the last one, was really, really, really expensive. And only one volume of Dagar came out. Trag never came out.
Yeah, that's too bad. And I know that I know Dynamite Comics got a lot of Gold Key things at some point. I guess your stuff wasn't among them though.
No, well, somebody, I guess it was Dark Horse got. Well, they got the rights to do a new Dr. Spector series. They didn't. I desperately wanted. I would have paid them to let me write that, and I had an idea how to bring them back and all that, with all the characters into the modern day, and but if they fell on deaf ears, and somebody else did it. It was one of the hot comic book writers today. I forgot who it was, but it bombed. I guess it went a couple issues, and I flipped through it at the comic book shop, but I just couldn't get. It wasn't my character at all. He was a TV host or something, and so I would still like to do Dr. Spector. I mean that was my baby. Lon Chaney said the Wolfman was his baby. That was my baby.
Yeah, it's really too bad some of these things are becoming more difficult to find. But I don't know. Hopefully that won't be. Hopefully things will change. What was? Anyway, they're like I was saying, people are trying to get more dinosaur stuff out. The only other attempt other than Jurassic World recently was 65. That movie was not good. It was.
But you know what? I'll tell you something. I'm older than you, so maybe you're not going to have the same experience. When I was a kid, anything with a dinosaur in it, a movie or television show or something, no matter how bad it was, you loved it.
Hmm.
And you rationalized why it was appealing to you or why it was good or why it had some quality to it, even though it might be the junkiest lizard with a fin glued on it or whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Jurassic Park came out, and every one of them, you know, the CGI improved, you know.
Hmm.
I now that I don't care anymore because they're all the same. They all look really great. They all look like real dinosaurs. And you've seen one, you've seen them all. I remember when I saw the first Jurassic Park movie, and those velociraptors at the end when the velociraptors jump on the T Rex and the sign comes down when I said,
Hmm.
"Whoa, that's the most incredible thing I've ever seen." And now it's like just another dinosaur movie, you know?
Yeah, but ironically, the first Jurassic World movie kind of had it right when Bryce Dallas Howard's character says nobody's wowed by dinosaurs anymore.
Yeah, yeah. And you know, I still love watching the old creaky, you know, Unknown Island and Lost Continent, and those things. I I get like more enjoyment watching those over and over again than I do watching the new state of the art stuff.
Yeah,
Maybe out of nostalgia, I don't know.
I, I just think it's more I think part of it is also just the craft. Like it wasn't. Again, I don't want to sound like a special effects snob because I don't hate CGI, but there's just something a little different about seeing a suit or a puppet or a stop motion armature or something and knowing that that was handcrafted
Yeah,
as opposed to I just punched a code on my keyboard into my computer and a wireframe of a dinosaur appeared. I mean, I know there's more to it than that, but it just doesn't feel the same.
well,
There's a
that's how I feel about artwork. I mean, you know, pictures that you put on the wall and stuff. You know, when somebody actually, you know, with great skill and patience and a paintbrush or a pencil created that, put that together. And there's only one of them, one
Mm,
of a kind, and it's on your wall. It's not like, you know, you just print another one out of your computer.
yeah. Yeah, you've got a couple of original prints of things like that,
No,
I've heard.
there's a thing called pride of ownership.
Hmm.
And when I point to a paint, and I've got some original Charles R. Knight works in my wall, and um, I have on my wall, you can see it if you go to my dinosaur website, a painting that I bought in Chicago. Um, I hope I haven't told the story before. I was in Chicago visiting during the Christmas, New Year's holidays.
Hmm.
New Year's Eve, I went down to where all the antique shops are on Halstead Street, and people were getting tired of me coming in and saying, "Do you got any dinosaur stuff?" Now, by dinosaur stuff, I meant like World's Fair postcards, you know, and little dinosaur figures and things. And this guy said, "No, I don't have anything. But if you go down to the corner store, they got a picture on the wall that might interest you." I went down to the corner store and I said, "I hear you have something to do with dinosaurs in the store, a picture or something." And this guy is New Year's Eve. And he said, "Well, I really want to get out of here and get ready for a party I'm going to tonight. But there it is." And he pointed to the wall. And I saw this painting in a frame of oil painting of dinosaurs and other prehistoric creatures in a setting that obviously was done in the middle 1800s because of the way they were done. They looked like the figures at Crystal Palace in England.
Hmm.
And I knew this was the prize here. And I said, "Well, what do you know about this painting?" He said, "All I know is done by an artist named A. M. Willard, and he signed it. And that the frame is like a Victorian frame,
Hmm.
and it was a liquidated thing, and you know, a house sale or what do you call them? An estate sale, right here in Chicago. And I said, well, how much? And now I would have paid thousands of dollars for it right on the spot. He said, well, I want $500 for it, but I want to get out and go to this party. I want to get ready. If you give me $450, it's yours. So I bought the painting. I still didn't know who the artist was or anything about it. All I knew was I liked it, and I like the way I like those old-fashioned dinosaur drawings that you see something in old books and things. So I got it back to California, and Sylvia Cherkis, who with me wrote a book, we did the Charles Knight book together. She said, I'm having a dinosaurs past and present exhibit at the Natural History Museum. I'd love to hang your Willard painting there. So I said, okay. And it hung on as part of the exhibit for several months, maybe 4 or 5 months. And then I got it back. I still didn't know anything about the artist. And then I got a call from an artist friend of mine. I said, hey, I did some checking on this A.M. Willard. His name is actually Archibald M. Willard. And he's famous. He's best known in Cleveland, Ohio, where he grew up, where he lived most of his life. And he's famous for doing the Spirit of 76. Now, the Spirit of 76 is a famous painting you've seen a million times, set in the Revolutionary War. One guy in the middle with a flag, one guy on either side with a drum and a fife. And that picture is considered a national treasure. So I contacted the museum in Cleveland, which has the art museum, which has like a whole department devoted to Willard. And I said, oh, and maybe I'll sell it to them. Well, they wanted me to donate it to them. I was thinking like $1 million or something. Well, since then, I found out that first of all, it's not only done by Willard, but it's the first painting ever done in North America of dinosaurs or any Jurassic reptiles. And it's on Willard's missing paintings list. Apparently, it was done for there was a visiting scientist who was coming to the museum in Cleveland, the Cleveland Natural History Museum, to do a lecture on the history of the Earth. And they needed lantern slides, images for the lantern slides to project to the audience. And this was in images. Now, since then, I found out that for decades after, it hung on the wall of a auto repair shop or something, and I forgot where it was. And I've been in contact with Willard's grand nephew or something. And this whole thing, because I happened to be in Chicago on New Year's Eve, getting this wonderful painting, and I love having it on my wall and pointing out all these things about it to people that come over. You know, it's like a real treasure. It's a real prized possession of mine.
Wow.
And we had a few years ago, there was fires burning in Burbank, and it looked like we were going to have to evacuate our homes. And a friend of mine with a little tiny 4x5, or not a 4x4 truck, or whatever you call it. There's only so much stuff we could put in it, and that was one of the things that went in the truck. Luckily, the fire never reached my house. But anyway, that was the story of that painting. I even called, when I didn't know who Willard was, I called up Vincent Price. I got him on the phone and said, have you ever heard of an artist named Archibald M. Willard? He said, no, I never heard of him.
Just called up Vincent Price to ask a casual question like that.
Yeah, I had his home phone number, so I said, what do I got to lose?
But
his wife called. It was very protective, and really, I was like a stranger. I mean, I met Price a couple times, but he didn't know who I was, and it was I was supposed to be writing a movie that he was supposed to be in, which never got made. So that was the breaking in. That's how I broke in. I said, I'm writing a script that you're going to be in, and he knew about the movie, which looked like it was a real thing at the time, like it was going to go. And I thought, I have an art question for you. And then he always liked to talk about art, so but he didn't know who Willard was.
Yeah, I've heard that he was quite the art connoisseur outside of his acting. He's one of my favorite actors, actually. I've always admired that he was like, it didn't matter what the quality of the movie he was in actually was. He always gave it 100%.
I was at the opening of Tomb of Ligeia, which was one of the Edgar Allan Poe movies.
Mm-hmm.
And he was there. Also, Lanchester was there. Vampire was there. Our local horror host, Jeepers Keeper. Anyway, Price was there, and I walked up to him and I said, "I saw one of my favorite movies that I saw last night on TV, and you're in it." And he was waiting for me to say, like one of the Poe pictures or one of the William Castle. I said, "The Baron of Arizona," and he really liked that. I mean, he really got a kick out of that. Just like one of the times I met Julie, Julie Adams from the Creatures of the Black Lagoon, and I would do conventions local conventions here about once every 3 months. And it seemed like every time I had one of these conventions, the night before I saw a Julie Adams movie on Turner Classics or something, and I would always go up to her and say, "Last night I saw one of my favorite movies, and you're in it." And she was like, "Oh, Creature of the Black Lagoon." I was like, "The Man from the Alamo," and then she would laugh.
If I'd ever got the chance to do something like that with Vincent Price, I probably would have brought up when he was in the Ten Commandments or something. It's easy to forget he's in that. It's a smaller role, but I think that was like the highest profile, or one of the highest profile pictures he ever did.
Which one?
The Ten Commandments.
Oh, Ten Commandments, yeah.
Yep. I mean, he's only in it for a little bit, and Charlton Heston finishes him off, but you definitely don't expect to see him in a movie like that, but there he is.
Yeah, well, he's in The Story of Mankind where he plays the devil, so it's like,
that's a weird one.
Yeah,
there are so many famous people in that. 3 of the 4 Marx brothers are in it. But although not together for some reason.
Yeah.
And I watched that a few years ago, and it's one of those weird movies where it's definitely strange, and a lot of people consider it to be a really bad movie, but it sparks some really interesting philosophical discussions. Like, because it's all about exploring, is mankind a good race that's worth saving, or is it doomed to self-destruction? It's very interesting the way it all plays out.
For that's an Irwin Allen movie, isn't it?
I think so. Definitely one of his lesser known ones. I mean, or maybe one of his most infamous ones, depending on how you look at it. But there's
no giant lizards in it. No Lost in Space or anything.
Nope. But they do bring in Camelot somehow. I always thought it was weird. They have these cosmic beings that are going through the entire history of mankind, and then they get to a period of mentioning Robin Hood and Camelot as historical, and they say, we don't know for certain if they were real or not. I'm like, shouldn't you know? You're in the best perspective to know. That's one of those plot holes, right?
Yeah. Plot holes just really. King Kong is loaded with them, and I love the movie so much I try to ignore them. Like, why did they build that wall with a door on it? If King Kong can climb the Empire State Building, why can't he climb over the wall? How do they smuggle him? How do they get him in those chains from off the boat into those chains and onto the stage? Stuff like
that. I do know that a lot of people have done some interesting stories exploring why there's a door in the wall. I don't know if you've read stuff like Kong, King of Skull Island, Joe DeVito's.
The real reason there's a door in the wall because it was left over from that silent biblical movie, I guess it was King of Kings.
Probably. And then it got burned in Gone with the Wind
Yeah.
for the burning of Atlanta.
Yeah.
But I know like some, and like ever since King Kong technically went public domain after that whole business with Dino De Laurentiis and Universal in the 70s and whatnot, people have tried answering that question of why there's a door in the wall. The answer they usually come up with is that Skull Island civilization used to be a little more advanced than what we see in the movie, and they used to have more of a symbiotic relationship with the Kongs. But disasters wound up happening. The civilization wound up crumbling, becoming more primitive, and they wound up staying on that side of the wall because they completely lost control of the wilderness on the other side of it. The Kongs wound up dying out. The dinosaurs wound up running wild. I mean, it's not official to the actual movie. They probably didn't have any of that in mind when they were making it, but it's led to some interesting stories, I'll say that.
Yeah, I like coming up with stories like with the Universal monsters from the 30s and 40s. Excuses for why certain seemingly certain things that seem like continuity errors really aren't. And I've come up with some really convoluted explanations.
Like what? What's a good one?
Like why, although the watchtower blows up at the end of Bride of Frankenstein, and it's a good distance away from the Frankenstein estate, why in Son of Frankenstein it's within walking distance and it's only the roof is blown off? Well, one thing people don't realize or understand or ignore is when you're watching a movie, first of all, you're not watching what happens in between movies, which can sometimes be years. And you're not also watching everything in linear time. While you're watching Henry Frankenstein and Fritz robbing the grave, something else is happening with Elizabeth at the same time, but you don't see it. And so one of the things that happened is to get that watchtower back was they somebody, maybe Wolf, the Basil Rathbone character, in advance, out of nostalgia or respect for his father, had the ruins reassembled on the grounds of the estate, and stuff like that. Why does the Wolfman? Why does the cure why doesn't it hold? Why in Abbott Sullivan Frankenstein does he turn into the werewolf again? Well, in House of Dracula, Dr. Edelman says something to the effect of the slightest exertion might undo everything I've done. So between House of Dracula and Abbott Sullivan Frankenstein, Talbot probably got into a fist fight or got excited or something and reversed everything that Edelman had done. He's back to the Wolfman again. Why does Dracula, who's obviously destroyed by the sun in House of Frankenstein, come back without any explanation in House of Dracula? Well, there's a year there. And all you see in House of Frankenstein is his hand turning into the skeleton. You don't see his whole body. So he had a year to reconstitute himself. And if he can turn into a bat and a mist and a wolf, why can't he also turn into a skeleton, let's say, just for, escape purposes? So like at the end of House of Dracula, when he turns into a skeleton, he comes back and Abbott Sullivan Frankenstein whole. And why does he show up in the mirror? Because some of Edelman's cure worked, not all of it, but some of it was. So that was a part of his human nature that was restored, his ability to see himself in a mirror. I come up with all kinds of crazy ideas like this. But anyway, they weren't thinking of continuity back then. They were they figured you would see the movie once in the theater and that was it. They didn't know people were going to be watching it on VHS and DVD and analyzing them and studying them scene by scene forever.
Yeah. It was so different back then.
Yeah.
But you know, those do sound like reasonable explanations, I gotta say. Oh, somebody let me read this one. Remember on the plot hole this is referring to the to one of those King Kong things. Why didn't they go back on the log when King Kong was attacking them? And Peter Jackson recreated a speculative when he was recreating the bug pit scene as he did his movie. He also found some storyboards that said there was a styracosaur chasing them who had them cornered on the other side, but it was cut.
There's a photograph, a widely circulated photograph.
Yeah.
But I think the photograph was a paste up.
Looked like one, but
I think the styracosaurus is a paste up. That's the model from Son of Kong, or that would go into Son of Kong. Why in the real film, real King Kong, why didn't they turn around and back? Probably they were so startled by Kong's sudden appearance that, you know, even if they ran back, he was shaking the log and everything. They probably would have fallen off anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to figure it's just paralyzed with fear.
Yeah. A lot of the things, they just, you know, when they're making the movie, they just don't think about it. It just doesn't occur to them. And, you know, they probably, or if it does occur to them, they figure nobody's going to ever notice.
Yeah. Or they even sometimes they're surprised. Like Raymond Chandler forgot about an entire character in The Long Goodbye, rather famously. The driver that got shot.
I think there's a murder in The Big Sleep, right? That they completely forget about.
I think so. I do know that in The Long Goodbye, there's a character who gets killed. It seems like it's connected to everything else, but it never actually gets resolved. And years later, a fan, when speaking to Chandler at a signing or something, asked what actually happened to that character, and Chandler just sort of stared for a moment and said, "I completely forgot about him, actually."
In Vertigo too, I mean, isn't there a murder in that they just forget?
So. Yeah, Vertigo's got a lot of stuff in it that's occasionally hard to follow. I remember a joke from an Animaniacs movie. You know Animaniacs, right? That was like the 90s successor to Looney Tunes.
Years ago.
Yeah, like at one point, two of the characters are staring over a cliff, and one of them says, "You ever get vertigo?" No, I've seen that movie 3 times. I still don't get it. But you know that there has been the discussion.
I just before I forget, you know, Dark Shadows has been accused of, and not without validity, of ripping off all kinds of stories, you know, and other movies and things, you know, plot things. That's where the whole Barnabas Josette thing came from Vertigo. He was trying to recreate Josette with Maggie Evans, you know, if you watch the show. And I never thought about it. And the whole you know, the whole thing with, you know, I've been watching some old videotapes of the show recently, and the 1897 sequence, the whole Count Patoffi Aristide thing, that's the Maltese Falcon.
Yeah. Dark Shadows. That Dark Shadows clearly believed in that old saying: "If you're going to steal, steal from the best."
Yep. Yeah.
where was I? Hmm. Yeah, somebody put a penny on the track and my train of thought that got derailed. So let's see. Well, oh, we were discussing plot holes and everything. I do remember somebody actually pointed out a potential plot hole in one of my recent books, but then actually rationalized it themselves. Like I'd set something up as characters were going to two sets of villains were going to make some sort of deal for a temporary alliance. Then one side betrays the other, and the thing they were going to make a deal about didn't come up again. I guess I left it out because I forgot. I partly forgot about it, and partly figured it wasn't really important anymore. But luckily, this person who pointed it out said, "Actually, I think I understand how it could potentially work. So no big deal." So yeah. Although I have heard it a few years ago, somebody, a completely different YouTuber, once said that he was of the opinion plot holes don't matter at all. And he got a lot of pushback for it from people who disagreed.
Well, they just set me off when I see a plot hole, like in Jurassic Park. What, why did they, when they were doing the DNA splicing and all that, why didn't they use DNA from a bird, which would have been closely related to dinosaurs? Why did they use it from a frog, which has no, I mean, that's not even a reptile, it's an amphibian. It was so they could get around that laying eggs issue, And why did they, when Jeff Goldblum and the kids are traveling around in that little vehicle through the park, why did they not put locks on the door? Because if they did, they couldn't get out and get lost in the jungle. Stuff like that, especially in a big budget movie, really bothered me. I couldn't have gotten away with that when I was writing Gold Key comics. Because every time I would come up with something that didn't make sense, the editor was on my case. Well, this doesn't make sense. If they were doing this, why would they be doing that? And I couldn't get away with it in a stupid comic book story, but they get away with it in a multi-million-dollar movie.
Well,
and nobody cares.
Well, I think they kind of indirectly address the lack of locks on the doors, because there are all these hints throughout the movie that Hammond keeps saying he spared no expense, but the more you see behind the curtain, the more you realize the stuff he spared no expense on was stuff that wasn't as important as the stuff he should have been spending money on. So that's part of why things fall apart. The frog thing, of course, I mean, yeah, that is only there to have the revelation that the dinosaurs can still breed. Although I think the bigger issue than the locks is that, well, actually, it was recently revealed not to be a plot hole. Now that I think of it, you remember how when they're outside when they're at the T-Rex paddock in the rain, T-Rex pushes the car off a cliff that's suddenly there, even though they're right next to a paddock that was on ground level.
Oh,
well, people
have been and King Kong, the remake, the Jackson King Kong too, where you think they're on regular level ground and suddenly you find out they're on a cliff.
Yeah, but apparently, like, people have been scouring every frame of Jurassic Park since the 90s, and I do believe eventually somebody found out that even though it's not obvious, especially if you were watching in VHS and you only had the full screen, which cuts off the sides, there is, if you look close enough, you can see that there actually is a drop off, and that's where the car gets pushed down. But it's not obvious, and no attention is drawn to it until that point. So it was considered a plot hole for a while, that suddenly the T-Rex's pen goes from street level to way down below, but apparently it wasn't. You never know sometimes.
Yeah.
Let's see. Are there any other... Remember in Universal's original Frankenstein, there was the character of Victor, and he wasn't brought up in Bride. Trying to remember. I know they changed his name to Henry, the main doctor.
Well, what's the question?
Just if we remember that, I think it's playing into the whole plot hole thing. A character who was important in one movie and then doesn't get brought up in the sequel.
Yeah, he may have just probably left town or moved away. I mean,
probably
died or something. It wasn't important for the sequel.
Yeah, but
I think originally, before they tacked on the happy ending in Frankenstein, I think the intent was to put in your mind that maybe Victor would team up with, would end up marrying Elizabeth. Because Victor Henry originally died. He's thrown onto the vane of the windmill, and then they decided to put a happy ending on it. So I think he was just, a loose end that they didn't need to carry over into Bride.
Yep. Yeah. But I don't know if I was gonna go anywhere with that or not. I feel like I'm starting to cognitively slide a bit, and I'm not sure why. My mind's blanking on certain things. Somebody did bring up another plot hole from the Jurassic movies, but it's in the sequel. You remember in The Lost World, the T-Rex somehow killed everyone on the ship and then got sealed up underground again in the belly of the ship?
No, I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, that's one of those things.
They all kind of run together.
That's one of those things that people have been arguing about for a long time, because the ship that's bringing the T-Rex to the mainland gets there. It's clearly out of control, so it crashes. When people get there, the entire crew has been slaughtered, but the T-Rex is down in the cargo hold. And it's starting to bust through the doors. And people have been wondering, well, wait, how did it eat everybody if it was trapped down there? I think they say that, I've heard people say that the implication is supposed to be that it got lured there somehow after escaping, but I'm not sure if it all completely adds up. I think it's another potential plot hole. And as far as them not mattering, like, from what I've heard, I mean, people will tell you that every story has a plot hole. I don't know if that's true. I do think that there are some stories out there that certainly, if they're good enough, they've earned the right to not have a plot hole blown out of proportion. But, if a story's not good, a plot hole just becomes yet another issue on top of all the others. But yeah. What time are we at now? Oh my, we're almost at the 3-hour mark right here. And you were
we go 3.5 hours. We've topped everyone so far.
Yeah, and you were worried we wouldn't have, about what we were going to talk about.
The first one I think was 2 hours and something. The second one was 3 hours, I think, and 15 minutes. So,
yeah. Well, actually, I can see how much it is. What are we at here? The live stream, the Halloween one, was 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 28 seconds. First one was 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 36 seconds. So we're just in between them. Although it's getting late where I am, and I think that might be part of why I'm starting to fade a little. But
Well, as Mantan Moreland says in King of the Zombies, can I help it if I'm loquacious?
well, hey, your loquaciousness certainly is entertaining. Um, the I actually just remembered. You had mentioned you're going to an event in January or February, I think, where you're going to be.
Um, January, I know I'm doing the 1 day San Fernando Valley comic book convention, which is always on a Saturday. And I think that's around the 12th or something like that. That's in January. And I'll be there. I have a table and sell a bunch of stuff,
Hmm.
and meet a lot of people. Have a lot of friends come by. Um, I'll probably be doing your show again. I can't remember anything else offhand off the top of my head that.
I do remember that, like when you posted the ad for that on Facebook. One of the things you mentioned was that you were the one who originally, way before Marvel did it in modern times, had Jane Foster as Thor in a What If.
Yes.
And it was a very different time for that idea to be a thing. So, like, what inspired that?
It was funny because that was sort of done as almost a joke. Rick Hoberg, the artist of that, Roy Thomas, the editor, and I, at various, we would alternate. We used to throw really great parties.
Hmm.
And this time, the party happened to be over at Rick's house. And we're all sitting around having a few drinks, and kicking around crazy ideas for what if stories. Because I was writing a bunch of them, Rick was drawing a bunch of them, and Roy was editing. And somewhere along the line, I said, "Hey, what if Jane Foster found the hammer of Thor?" And Roy said, it was like it was a half a joke. I never really thought he was going to go for it. And then Roy said, "Yeah, I like that idea. That's kind of, and and so we did it. And it was just a standalone story by itself. And we hadn't thought about it in years. And then, because I don't read comics anymore, I don't know what's going on in the Marvel comic books. Somehow that idea got picked up and it became a movie.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I didn't know anything about I didn't know about the movie, and but before that, the year before the movie, and the year before COVID, I was at this comic book. No, I don't remember. Maybe it was a year before the movie. I was a guest at the Los Angeles Comic Book Convention, and there was a cosplayer there dressed up as Thor, and I thought, she was. I didn't know if she'd read my What If story or what, and I just made the comment to her, "Hey, I came up with the original idea for a female Thor," and she seemed like she wasn't too happy about that. And the name Thordis, which Rick supplied, was the name of somebody his wife went to school with. So it was a real Nordic name. We didn't make that up out of whole cloth. And then we found out they were making the movie, and then Marvel was real good to us. They paid Rick and me nicely for coming up with the original story, which really had nothing to do with the movie. I mean, they didn't have to do that, but they did it. And they invited us to the world premiere and everything, And I remember sitting there in a movie theater when the end credits were coming on, and I said to Rick was sitting next to me. And I said, I wonder if we're going to get credit in any way for this, And we're looking at the names, and they're coming up, and they were in alphabetical order. And I spotted Rick's name first. I said, "Rick, there's your name." And then my name was right before his because, G came before H. And so that was, seeing that movie at the Grauman's Chinese Theater, the world premiere, with walking the red carpet and everything for that. That was like a big deal. And then we did a convention. We did Terrificon about a week later in Connecticut, and we signed a lot of autographs,
Hmm.
a lot of money, sold a lot of things, because everybody wanted that What If issue signed, and that I guess became a collector's item. But the whole thing started because we were at a party and had a few too many drinks and coming up with crazy ideas.
Huh?
It's funny how these things happen, how they start sometimes.
Yep.
I never thought they were going to make a movie with that idea.
Yeah. Although it wasn't exactly one of the better received movies, unfortunately.
Oh, no, it wasn't.
But I don't think I've ever asked, but I know you said you've gotten sick of superheroes, certainly in movies, but back when you were writing for Marvel and DC and all those others, like aside from original characters like Dr. Spectre for Gold Key, like what superhero did you really like working on? Were there any particulars?
I loved working on Captain America, and I loved working on the Invaders, which
Hmm.
had Submariner and the original Human Torch, and a lot of the Golden Age characters.
Hmm.
What I liked about Captain America, which is for the same reason I liked working on Tarzan, was those characters were so well defined that you could put them into a story and they could almost write themselves. You knew what they were going to do, and and plus being a fan of the old comics in both of their cases. Tarzan, I was a Burroughs fan, the novels, and it's a real thrill. It's great feeling just writing stuff. You're a writer, you know what I mean. It's better than even if it's writing something you don't want to write about. It's still better than working in a supermarket bagging groceries, right? Um,
Absolutely.
um, and I've written some pretty terrible things. I mean, things that were teen magazine articles and stuff like that. But when you take a character that you loved as a kid and grew up with, and suddenly you are directing their lives, you know, that's kind of a real rush. It really is. And it was really, I was a big Superman fan for years, ever since I was a little kid. And I would have loved writing Superman. The closest I ever got to it, excuse me, I wrote an episode of the Super Friends for the cartoon show. Had I known that Adam West was doing the voice of Batman on his show, I would have put Batman in it. But no, I had to put Green Lantern in and some of the more characters that then weren't getting a lot of screen time. But I would have liked to have been able to say, hey, Adam West was saying my words in the show, but I didn't do that. Anyway, I love writing Captain America. And of all the superheroes, I didn't write that much superheroes. I always got, I was writing Sword and Sorcery, which I didn't like at all, really, but I wrote a lot of it. And horror, I love horror. So that was really my strong point, I think.
But what don't you like about Sword and Sorcery? I know you mentioned that before in the last one, but
Well, the stories are all the same. If you get them down to reduce them down to story beats, there's always this evil wizard or sorcerer, or somebody in power who's got to get some certain thing, whether it's a amulet or a globe or something. And when he gets it, he's going to conquer the world, the netherworld, whatever. There's always a girl involved who gets captured by this evil guy. And then some stupid barbarian character has to go rescue her and defeat the whatever powers whatever things this wizard character unleashes. And then he's got to defeat the wizard. They're all the same, and all the artwork is the same. It's a big burly guy who could probably barely move in real life, not do all the heroic things he does in the story. Big, sweaty, smelly, dirty-looking, burly, overly muscle-bound guy. And then you either have a scantily clad, beautiful girl clinging onto his leg, or if she's fighting with him, she's always overweight, overly muscled, with her big rear end sticking in her face, and her face away so you see the back of her head. That's it. You have two scenarios for paintings, for artwork, and one plot. And they're always speaking in these flowery terms, you know. It's not, I like a mug of ale, so I have to have a flagon of ale, you know, all these archaic, unrealistic ways of talking. And they're all the same to me. But like I said, I've written a lot of it, and made a good living writing a lot of it. But I never really enjoyed it. But it's still better than working at the supermarket bagging groceries.
Very much so. I don't know. I think I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of Sword and Sorcery. I certainly don't hate it. I haven't written any of it myself yet.
I don't hate it. I just don't. It just doesn't interest me.
I mean, they're
all the same.
You mentioned at one point in a post, I think, that you counted Solomon Kane as part of that, though.
Well, Solomon Kane was so uptight and so puritanical. That was another reason I didn't like that character. I mean, I wrote a lot of Solomon Kane stories. Thankfully, many of them were just adaptations from the Robert E. Howard stories. And those, you know, Roy Thomas said I had to read the stories. So I read the stories. And then what I would do, I would take a ballpoint pen, and, you know, those were written Marvel style. That means the artwork comes first. You write a plot, the artist breaks it down, and then you write your dialogue over what he's drawn. And I made it real easy. I just took the stories, the printed prose stories by Howard, in the paperback, and I took a ballpoint pen and I blocked off. All right, for page one of the story, this happens, and I would block off like a page and a half or something of text and send it off to the artist. So there was little work involved for me. And I think I wrote a couple original stories. Roy wanted me to write a follow-up to his Solomon Kane versus Dracula. So I wrote a follow-up to that. And then I wrote a Frankenstein story, but not the monster. It was based on the legend of the real Frankenstein castle in Germany. And so I had like a prehistoric reptile kind of creature that came out of the well. And I had a little more fun with that one.
I don't know. Solomon Kane's actually, like, of Howard's different works, I actually would consider Kane my favorite. He's very puritanical, yes, but I almost see him as like a Puritan version of the Shadow, because he's just so driven by that desire to avenge the fallen and bring justice to the world.
I love the Shadow. I love the Shadow novels. I've read a lot of those.
I need to read more of them. I've got several of the radio shows on CD.
Well, the radio shows, the pulp magazines were completely.
Oh yeah,
completely different. I mean,
yeah, he wasn't invisible.
He had any supernatural powers or not. He would just kind of blend in the shadow. And I tried that once. Back when I was a teenager, we decided to play. This little gang I was hanging around with, we decided to play at night. We'd be out till all hours of the night. I didn't go see, like when we were kids. And you know, all the usual places we knew where to look. You know, under the porch, and I saw a gangway that had a big shadow area, and I wanted to see if I could blend in the shadows by just standing in them. And I did it. And except I started giggling and laughing. Then so when the guy found out where I was, and you know, of called me it or whatever it was. But I actually did that. I actually tried that to see if you could disguise yourself by just hiding the shadows.
Yeah.
Try wearing a mask or something, and you can't disguise yourself. I mean, you have a mask that almost covers your entire face, sometimes your whole head, and people still know who you are.
Hmm.
And somehow Clark Kent got away with it with the glasses. But
Well, yeah, Clark Kent's glasses, as far as that goes, like I remember Henry Cavill, who played Superman in the last couple of movies. He at one point actually stood under a huge billboard that was advertising the second one of those, had his face on it, big and larger than life, and he was just standing under it wearing fake glasses. People kept walking by, nobody recognized him.
see,
So,
I think where that whole disguise worked was in the original conception of Superman. When Siegel and Schuster first started doing their original early stories, Superman never stayed around long enough for anybody to get a good look at him. He would do his thing and then take off. He was moving so fast, and he got. So the thing I always wonder about how when Clark Kent put the suit on, the business suit, he still had that huge physique. How did he cover that up? He was still be a big guy. And but on the radio show, he did Bud Collyer did the voice. He did the two separate voices. That helped a lot, and but even the mask, like the mask a domino mask, as they call it, the mask Robin would wear or something, you can't, because I tried it, a couple of times, with my friends, and they knew immediately who I was.
Yeah, the domino mask, you just kind of got to suspend your disbelief sometimes.
Yeah.
Although I do remember there was a revival of Will Eisner's The Spirit at one point, written by Darwin Cook, where they actually, it's the very first issue. The Spirit's helping this one reporter who's gotten caught up in the middle of things, and the reporter's grilling him the whole time, and she says, "So do you really, that mask doesn't actually hide anything, right? It's covering like this much of your face." And he just puts his hand over her eyes and says, "Go ahead and describe me." And she goes, "Okay, I get it. You're an average looking guy with a distraction on your face. Okay." So,
well, some of those masks were tiny, like Green Arrow. Didn't Green Arrow have a real tiny mask when?
Yeah, he at least had a hat too.
Before he started wearing hoodie.
Yeah, but once he grew the goatee, I feel like it was a little bit harder because, like, hey, he has the same beard as Green Arrow. Do you think Oliver Queen might be? It's, before the beard, it was a little easier to believe. And then, of course, you have the Question, who just has a mask that makes it look like he has no face at all.
Yeah.
I always thought the Question was cool.
Yeah.
We first learned about him because they incorporated him into the animated series Justice League Unlimited in the early 2000s, voiced by Jeffrey Combs, the Reanimator.
Yeah.
And he just radiated cool throughout the whole episode.
I heard they brought back Spy Smasher too in some of those.
Yeah, there's an animated series, Batman the Brave and the Bold, all about Batman teaming up with a bunch of lesser known DC heroes. Like, they don't even bring Superman and Wonder Woman in until season 3. And they've got, like, obviously they have like Green Lanterns, Green Arrow, Aquaman. They have OMAC at one point. They bring in Hawk and Dove. They bring in Detective Chimp, Buana Beast.
Rex the Wonder Dog.
I don't know if he was in there. I do know they had Bat Hound in it. Ace the Bat Hound. Space Ghost appeared at one point because Warner Brothers had acquired Hanna-Barbera by then. But yeah, they did some interesting stuff with some of the more obscure characters. So if you ever want to check that out, it's also very much an homage to the 60s Batman. So, and it's where the idea of Batman the musical finally happened, because they did a musical episode at one point.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I still have this guilty pleasure
Hmm.
affection for the Golden Age Blue Beetle.
Oh, he's in it. He's in Brave and the Bold too.
It's the old version.
They have
The
the way they set it up is that, for the most part, the modern version that's got like this alien tech suit is
I consider the
primarily
modern.
in it.
I consider the modern version the Steve Ditko version.
Well,
The one before that, the one that was
yeah, well,
or in Fox Comics and
yeah, well, the way they set it up is that they've got the most recent Blue Beetle as this, the one that got the recent movie where he's got this alien technology. He's the current Blue Beetle, but he's carrying on a legacy started by that first Golden Age Blue Beetle. And there are a couple of time travel episodes where you go back to see him, or flashback episodes where you learn what happened to him. So he's incorporated in. They've got some interesting stuff with how they play off the idea that these are two very different Blue Beetles, but they are part of the same legacy. So
I liked also, speaking of Ditko characters, I liked the original way he did Captain Atom. When he had the gold suit, the golden red suit, and those kind of short stories. They weren't really long stories. I like that. I like those.
Yeah, Ditko had some interesting stuff.
I think he was probably, even though my favorite comic book artist of all time is Joe Kubert. When they talk about King Kirby and all that, I think the real innovator back in those days was Ditko. And if you look at, people, I was never really a fan of Ditko's Spider-Man for some crazy reason, but looking back, I think he was a master. The best he did was the horror and the fantasy and the science fiction stuff, the short story things. Some of those stories he did pre-code. Like for this magazine is Haunted and The Thing. Incredible stories he did back then. And he wasn't afraid to try something. Even those Gorgo and Conga things, they're all really well done. But I look at the stuff he was getting paid probably peanuts for, those Charlton, they all had those kind of generic titles, something or Tales of Suspense or whatever. He always gave it his best effort,
Yep, you can tell. And of course, because he did those comics, Gorgo and Conga are kind of sort of public domain. As long as you don't use the movie versions.
Really?
Yeah. The comics, their license, there was a licensing renewal issue or something. I don't know all the specifics, but the comic book versions specifically are public domain.
So Conga and
Gorgo.
Or Reptilicus or
actually, well, not Reptilicus, but Reptosaurus, the character that they made to continue the Reptilicus comics. He's public domain too. Yeah, there was this weird issue where like when Charlton went under and DC was buying them out, they didn't bother getting those. Nobody else bothered with the monster stuff, so it all kind of lapsed. Now, if it's the movie versions of Gorgo and Conga or Reptilicus, you can't use those.
Well, I heard for years that Gorgo the movie was in public domain. I don't know if anybody's ever really proved it or.
I have no idea. I do know
bootleg Gorgo videotapes and things coming out back 20 years ago.
Well, I do know that I've spoken to the people behind a company, Titanic Creations, who make kaiju collectibles, and they've got original characters, but they have started licensing some more obscure characters. Like sometime very soon, they're actually gonna be shipping out a Yongari figure, Yongari Monster from the Deep, if you remember him.
Yeah.
And
He
they've
was
also
Korean, right?
Hmm.
Wasn't that Korean?
Yeah,
Yaguri?
South Korean. And they got they couldn't technically get the license to North Korea's Pulgasari, so they made a creature based on him, Pulgazari.
Hmm.
But anyway, they started their licensing thing with Gorgo, and they did get have to get the license to make the movie version of the figure, which is like, dark green on top, sort of lighter underbelly and everything. But then they also re-released the figure as the comic book version that they didn't need to license, which is just solid green from head to toe.
Hmm.
So I think that's one of the ways you tell the difference. The public domain Gorgo is just one solid color of bright green.
Hmm.
And
I'm surprised they never made a sequel or something to Gorgo or a remake.
yeah, because it was wide open.
Yeah.
Actually, Titanic Creations also does. They're branching out beyond just making figures. They've actually got a graphic novel prequel, comic book prequel to it called Gorgo Legacy. That, from what I understand, is done. They're just having a hard time getting the publisher to actually send it out to people.
Hmm.
And they have plans for an animated movie. So, and I don't know who they got working on it. I don't know if I don't know if you want me to make any connections for you or not.
Well, I don't know what I would do with it. I saw Gorgo once on a double bill with a Ray Steckler movie in a theater with the Lemon Grove kids. Lemon Grove kids meet the monsters.
Those were the days. And I also know, and since Conga's public domain, somebody recently did make a movie based on the comic, so they didn't have to get the rights. Although it's an experience, I will say that the first Conga is certainly not the highest budget movie ever. This kind of tried to get around the fact that it's zero budget by also being a comedy, but it's a very weird kind of comedy. So it's I think people are just starting to realize that these characters are public domain, and I think the reason they did Conga instead of Gorgo is because a gorilla suit is easier to get at a Halloween store than a dinosaur suit that you then have to customize to look like Gorgo.
Well, the Gorgo comic book. I mean, the Conga comic books. Some of them are very well written.
Yeah, so I don't know what happened with the newer movie that they made, but hey, you never know. The people are gonna. I do think people are starting to look for more stuff to do with that sort of thing. But new things are entering the public domain all the time. There's a version of Mickey Mouse that's public domain now. But one thing I don't like about how so many characters are entering public domain recently is that, kind of harkening back to an earlier thing, as soon as they enter the public domain, especially if they're cartoon characters, people automatically start making slasher movies with them.
Yeah.
I trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. I recognize that since there are still copyrighted versions of them, in order to be safe, you go in the opposite direction of their public image, but they're doing it with everybody. There are like 2 or 3 killer Mickey movies. There's a killer Winnie the Pooh movie. Next year, when Popeye the Sailor Man goes public domain, they've already got a killer Popeye movie on the way. I just wonder where the creativity is.
Well, everybody thinks they're being cool by doing something like that.
Yeah. But at this point, like, everybody's rolling their eyes at it now. I have seen some interesting ideas. Like, I know there's somebody who's working on a Winnie the Pooh story where it's, well, a sword and sorcery thing, bizarrely enough, but it's putting those characters in that setting, and it's different for Pooh anyway.
Yeah.
Or I'm actually partly inspired by reading your New Adventures of Frankenstein stuff. I wanted to try and think of like some public domain character I could work with, and I actually remembered, due to one of my more recent books, I've got a public domain character I could work with, the Jersey Devil. You know that legend, don't you?
No, the Dirty Devil?
Jersey Devil, as in New Jersey.
Oh, Jersey Devil. No,
Oh, you don't know that?
I don't think so.
It's like the oldest American folktale there is. Like basic summary, the Jersey Devil story starts in the 1730s, where there was a family living in the Pine Barrens called the Leeds family, and they had 12 children. The mother was pregnant with their 13th, and she obviously didn't want to go through all of that again. So while she was pregnant, she, in a moment of weakness, said, "I hope it's born a devil so we can be rid of it." And on the fateful day of that she gave birth, it came out looking like a devil. The horns, hooves, wings, the whole deal, flew out of the chimney, said to still haunt the Pine Barrens to this very day.
Doesn't sound familiar. I don't know where
Well, it is like, I was born in New Jersey, so if you're born in New Jersey, you know about the Jersey Devil. It's like,
okay.
Yeah, it's like if you're born in New Jersey, you have to like Bruce Springsteen and Bon Jovi because they're also from Jersey, so it's in your DNA.
I was born in Pecos, Texas, so I guess I got to know about Judge Roy Bean.
There you go. But Jersey Devil's kind of it's basically their state monster. He's their local legend, and
he's their Mothman.
Kind of, yeah. Although much older. They're like the legends. Like I said, started back in the 1730s, and he's been the subject of campfire stories, allegedly real sightings. Who knows what's actually being seen? Some people say that the legends even go further back because the native tribes in the area told tales of dragons that lived in certain areas of the Barrens. So maybe it was a melding of things. But I had always kind of been fascinated with the character, partly because I always felt like, even though on those rare occasions he does show up in fiction, he's portrayed as a villain. You look at the story, he didn't really do anything wrong. He was cursed before he was even born. So maybe much like the Frankenstein monster, maybe he's not evil. Maybe he just looks horrifying, but he's misunderstood. And there are also some weird legends surrounding him that, if they were to have taken place in real life, wouldn't make much sense. So I came up with this idea of depicting him in a slightly different way, sort of trying to figure out what the real story would have been behind the legends, and depicting him as more of a sympathetic character. And now, again, partly because I'm reading your New Adventures of Frankenstein books, I decided to do a little anthology of the Jersey Devil's different adventures throughout history. Like starting in the
Sounds a little like Rosemary's Baby.
Maybe a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if Rosemary's Baby might have pulled at least a little bit from there. Yeah. But like having him be sort of, he looks like a demon, but since it was a curse that was put on him rather than because of anything he did, he's not a bad guy in this version. So I'm telling stories of him
like the Wolfman.
Yeah, sort of. Having things like from the American Revolution through to at least the 60s, because I have it set in the same universe as my other stories, and the 60s is sort of the end point for now. But yeah, I'm definitely working with that character, and I want to have certain other characters start to pop up throughout. So one story at least, he's going to have a run-in with Dracula, Frankenstein's monster, and a werewolf character. So the Pine Barrens in my version of the story is a place where a lot of weird things happen. So,
well, good luck with it.
thank you very much. But like I said, it was partly inspired by the fact that you did such interesting things with Frankenstein's monster. So thank you for that.
Well, what inspired me was, I don't know if I mentioned this before. I was really into the Edgar Rice Burroughs novels at the time, and then I read, Tarzan at the Earth's Core, where he took Tarzan and he put him in a whole different series, and the continuity, and like there were so many characters that had series of novels. The Shadow, mostly pulp, the Spider, but the Oz books, there were so many that were series. And I said, why nobody's ever done a Frankenstein series, even though they've done movies series, never in literature, and they've done comic book series too, but never in literature. And so I just realized that some of these characters that were in public domain, like Dracula, Jekyll and Hyde, to cross them over with Frankenstein monster would be a fun thing to do. And so I did it.
Yep. That's the beauty of the public domain, as long as it's not like the versions that other people have.
Yeah. And my Frankenstein monster is like, when you get down to it, it's a combination of the Universal monster, the Mary Shelley monster, the Dick Briefer comic book monster. There's certain elements from all of those and others, and I just melded them together to create my version of the monster.
And he, at least as far as I'm in, he doesn't talk yet. But you still find ways to have him be very expressive.
He gets loquacious towards the end. But
as loquacious as in the original novel? Or?
Never to the extent that Mary Shelley did. Where you go on for pages and pages and pages of, talking about whatever.
Yeah.
Because he narrates a big part of that book. I mean, of Mary Shelley's book.
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as Victor catches up to him, you got to explain where the monster's been this whole time. But okay, so you mentioned there were a lot of fusions in there. No, never mind. I just remembered that version would have come much later. I was gonna ask about the version in the 90s Kenneth Branagh did, but that was well after those books. So, although, did you see that one? The one where Robert De Niro's the monster?
Yeah. He looked like Robert De Niro was a scared of gangster. That's what he looked like to me. He was too short. And I really don't like it became kind of a trend for a while. There was Frankenstein, the True Story, and where it's not Victor's idea to create the monster. He's got somebody else who's working on the experiment before him, and gets the idea from them or carries on the experiment. To me, it takes the guilt off of him a little bit or something.
Yeah. Takes away agency, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's got to be his idea. He gets the idea and does it. And it's passing the buck to somebody else.
Yeah, I don't like it when stories do that with their protagonists either, or like trying to make it so the villain isn't really the villain or something. There's been a lot of that recently. Trying to say it's not my fault. It almost kind of feels like people are writing villains and not realizing that it's like a Garden of Eden excuse where there's having the villain basically say, it's not my fault the serpent tricked me. Yeah. It's always someone else's fault. But and I think there is a bit of an outcry from people to just have villains that are evil again, villains that we actually want to see beaten, that we don't sympathize with, or we don't think, oh, they have a point. We just want to see them be bad guys.
Mm.
It's starting to come back. I've certainly tried to write my certain villains that way. Like, not that I'm opposed to the idea of a sympathetic villain. I actually think one of the best sympathetic villains I've ever seen was when Vincent Price played Roper the Conqueror in Master of the World.
Mm.
One
Well,
of-
James Mason too in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
yeah, yeah. I mean, like both Verney in the stories, of course, but like Nemo still had a bit of an edge to him almost, where like he was a much sterner figure.
Mm.
The way Price played
You also had two really good actors playing those parts.
oh yeah.
I mean, if you put Todd Slaughter in one of those roles, it would have been a little bit different.
Yeah. But like the way Price played Roper, he was yeah, I mean, he was still a guy who was bombing armies from his steampunk airship, but you could at least sort of understand where he was coming from. But I think what makes it clear that even though he's sympathetic, he's still a villain is when I don't remember the character's name, but Charles Bronson's character, when they're discussing it, he says his goals I admire, but his methods I don't.
Yeah, I think maybe that would be one of the reasons Boris Karloff became a bigger star than because Karloff, no matter or even Humphrey Bogart as opposed to George Raft. With Humphrey Bogart and Karloff, no matter what they were doing, how evil they were, there was a certain warmth about those characters that you liked. Where George Raft and Lugosi were on the cold side, and you couldn't really sympathize with them so much as you could the other two.
I mean, not that Dracula is easy to sympathize with in those early movies, but and I also think Lugosi, like he wanted to be the sex symbol, right? He wanted to be the romantic lead.
The Hungarian Rudolph Valentino.
Yeah, but after doing Dracula, all the studio was interested in it was having him keep doing Dracula. So Karloff was, and he never quite embraced that the way Karloff did.
Yeah,
I think it was Karloff who said that typecasting is the best thing that can happen to an actor because it's job security.
Yeah. Even doing roles he didn't really want to do. It's like goes back to my writing comment before. I didn't particularly enjoy writing all those animated cartoons. Most of them were terrible, I thought, or just half-hour commercials, or writing for the teen magazines and things, But it was better than working in a restaurant waiting tables.
And again, like the episodes of the cartoons that I've seen you do, like even if I can tell it was clearly something made for somebody much younger or something, I still think you brought a level of nuance to it that was.
I really tried, but I learned my lesson the hard way. When you got on those cartoon shows, there was a set formula you had to follow. You do anything to deviate from that, you're not going to get another assignment. Like I tried making the characters a little bit more in depth, to use, and then I wouldn't get called back. The story editor would tell me on some of these things, "This is the best script we've ever read." I knew that was a kiss of death. That was telling me I wasn't going to write anymore. And we were writing those cartoons either to sell toys, like the Transformers and those things. Those are half-hour commercials, and we're told to push product. Well, this one we want you to highlight this character because the new character we're putting out on the market next week. Or if there were network shows, we were writing for the network censors. The they had like sometimes there were like some of the Filmation shows, they had a board of child psychologists who would sit there and tell you what was you could do and what you couldn't do. And if you couldn't please them, you didn't get your script sold, and you had to learn what all the rules were to avoid anything that might be controversial or whatever. And
Yeah.
And that really restricted your creative abilities because it would be better if you did this in the story, but it had to be that in the story
Yeah.
to sell it. And they were paying real well, and I mean, there are very few. I wrote a lot of those Saturday morning cartoons, but very few I'm actually proud of. One was a RoboCop, one was a DuckTales, and not many others. There was always loggerheads, as they said, that you were up against. Always, like doing those Spider-Man and his Amazing Friends, and having to put that stupid Ms. Lion dog character in every episode and give her like a lot of screen time. I hated it, just hated it, and I couldn't believe little boys watching that show didn't get cavities watching it. But we had to do it. We had to do those things if we wanted to sell another one.
Yeah. I mean, times have changed. The animation's gotten a little, I don't want to say less restricted, but they're certainly allowing for more in it these days. There are even, there are some cartoons I've seen that certainly were made for a younger audience, but somehow things worked out that they were able to work in some not necessarily heavy things, but heavy for what you would expect. Like that when they rebooted DuckTales, they were able to do an ongoing mystery and have a little more drama with the characters, or even having some episodes end in a very sort of dark way that would be continued in the next episode.
I got to recycle my Man in the Iron Mask plot on my DuckTales show.
Yeah, you've mentioned you've done that quite a bit.
I've done that plot maybe 5 or 6 times already. TV animation. I did Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, which is Man in the Iron Mask again. I don't know how many comic book stories, maybe 3, 4. Most recently in Shudder.
Oh, is that an issue that's out yet, or?
No, it came out a couple years ago. It was either Shudder or it's one of my. It's called The Creep in the Iron. I did The Creep in the Iron Mask, The Monster in the Iron Mask, The Beast in the Iron Mask, The Creature in the Iron Mask, The Duck in the Iron Mask. That's at least 5. I'll probably do more, but before I assume room temperature. Yeah.
Well, now I gotta track down those other issues of Shudder and Carmilla.
Yeah.
But I actually, like you mentioned writing for the network censors. I don't know if you ever heard. I brought up Animaniacs earlier. You ever heard how they kind of learned a way to get stuff around the censors?
Well, I know, like at Warner Brothers, Bob Clampett used to tell me that they would put in something so outrageous that they know it was going to be taken out. So the one thing they really wanted to get in there would be left in.
That's it.
That's the way you do it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's still. I don't know now that that's been made public if that trick would still work. But then again, you also have some cartoons that are made for adults that decide they have no restrictions whatsoever, and they tend to be even worse than the ones for kids.
Yeah,
because they're all just like, they think being adult means being incredibly vulgar and shocking and whatnot, and no, that's not being adult.
Sanity and all that.
Yeah. I mean, there's gotta. I like the stuff that's got a middle ground to it. I'm a big fan of animation, and when you've got that middle ground where you know what's actually mature, but you're still but you're still able to have fun, and like everybody can enjoy it.
Mhm.
That's what I like. That's something I'd like to do at some point.
Well, I got away. I got away with some stuff, like a Gold Key, that
Mm-hmm.
where they had really they had their own set of rules there at Gold Key that were sometimes really wacky.
Hmm.
You know, this
Such
is
as?
this is before the Comics Code was relaxed. Before they were doing Tomb of Dracula and all things with Marvel. When you couldn't do vampires and zombies and werewolves, well, I could do that in Dr. Spectre, let's say, or Mystery Comics Digest, but I couldn't have the characters, no matter how stupid they were or how crude they were. I couldn't have them say "ain't," and I couldn't have them say "what the." I couldn't say "what the heck" because they said it sounded like "what the hell." And I don't know if I was allowed to use the word "darn" or not. But so I could have a zombie in it, but the zombie couldn't say "ain't." Strange stuff like that. And I had, if you read between the lines, I had a lot of sexual things going on in there with the characters that completely got by the editors. Even though other things wouldn't get by. It was strange. It was a strange
Yep.
situation. Things that happened between panels, and use your imagination. And
Yeah.
Jim Steranko had the same problem, same situations at Marvel. So they would take the less obvious things out and leave the more obvious things in. Like when Nick Fury was with this woman, and there's this romantic scene, and they kiss, and the last thing you see is his pistol going into the holster.
I've heard
How
of that one.
obvious can you get it? And they left that in.
Yeah, that's
On the same page, they took something else out.
yeah.
And the rules on animation were just bizarre. Especially if they were a CBS show. CBS shows were the worst.
How so?
Well, they had the most restrictions, and I would have liked to have, in my mind, know that I was writing those shows for the kids. The kids to enjoy, the kids who were read the comics and all that. But I knew I wasn't writing for them. I was writing to get back past the censor, and to keep somewhat of a sense of adventure or something into those stories. And I tried to add every one of the scripts I wrote for television, even the ones that were half-hour commercials. Put one little thing in there, one little line that elevated it a little bit from the common denominator, that made it a little bit special, and sometimes I got away with it, sometimes I didn't.
Well, like I said, from what I have seen of those different episodes, I do think you brought the quality, and in the long run, like short term, it might mean that's the only episode you ever wound up writing, but long term, I think they are the episodes that are remembered.
Well, thank you. Like when I was writing for Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, and then the Spider-Man show before that, I wrote for the Ralph Bakshi series. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. Now I forgot what I was going to. I just had it there, but I said I was always trying to make them a little bit. Oh yeah, for that particular show, I was trying to make them as close to the comic books as I could and get away with it, because I figured the kids watching the show would be the kids writing who read the comic books, and I would bring in crossovers. I would bring in Submariner and Nikita, his niece or whatever she was, Captain America. When I brought in Captain America on the first Spider-Man show I did, the story editor didn't even know who he was. He was so separated from the comic books. And if you look at some of those shows, like the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, it's like there's two separate worlds, because some of the people like myself were writing them like the comic books. The other people, the other writers, not all, but some of the other writers strictly came out of Saturday morning. They didn't know who the comic book characters were. They couldn't care less. So they would get stories like Spider-Man is shrunken down to microscopic size. Spider-Man meets his evil twin. All the standard trope themes that, every year, I think even the Godzilla show, they had Micro Godzilla was one episode. All the same tired, cliched. And I tried doing things that were different, and I hope people appreciated that. We didn't get our name on the early show, so the way you can tell ones I wrote are the ones that had the crossovers and characters from the comic books in there. You try to do your best, but again, it's better than working in the supermarket.
Exactly. I actually, Spider-Man's comes up so much at this point, and this just popped into my head because I know you're very passionate about music and everything. Did you listen to the album Spider-Man Rock Reflections of a Superhero that was released in the 70s? You didn't?
No.
Huh. It was released back in the mid-70s, I believe. It was supposed to be like the first of a whole bunch of Marvel-based concept albums. It was Marvel trying to branch out into the music scene. It's got the Stan Lee narration breaks in between. That kind of covers everything from Spider-Man's origin right up to the death of Gwen Stacy, which I think it just happened in the comics. But it was a flop. Like barely anybody listened to it. I was lucky enough to find a used copy on CD a couple of years ago.
How many did they do? How many were done?
Of the albums? Just the Spider-Man one.
Oh.
They had plans to do at least an album for each of their characters, but they started with Spider-Man because they figured he was their most popular, so how could it fail?
Well, see, what they don't understand is I was part of the rock and roll community for a number of years. And the people that buy the records are serious about the music. They don't want to hear novelty songs. And a Spider-Man album would be considered novelty, something for kids, and that's why I felt the movie The Phantom of the Paradise, which I loved, failed at the box office because it mocked the rock and roll community. It made fun of it. And the people didn't want to see what they loved dearly mocked. And, once in a while you get a novelty song that's a hit like the Monster Mash or something, but rarely. I mean, most of them are just considered, silly, not worth listening to or worth buying. And I haven't heard the Spider-Man that you described, but I remember there was back in the 60s, a Superman record came out. It was a 45. And on one side it was called the Superman song, and the other side it was called the Tarzan song. And I just heard about it by accident, and I had to hunt finding a copy of it because I was collecting Superman stuff back then. And but I don't know anybody else that's ever listened to it or played it or heard it on the radio or anything.
Doesn't sound familiar to me. I mean, I know the Kinks Wish I Could Fly Like Superman, but that's not really a Superman song.
And there was Sunshine Superman too. It had nothing to do with Superman, the Donovan song.
Yeah. But the Spider-Man one, like, I do think more some effort was put into it, but it probably did fail because it was seen as kind of a weird novelty thing. because superheroes back then weren't nearly on the same level as they are today.
Mm.
So, but are some interesting songs on it. Like it takes itself completely seriously. It's not like kids music. It's actually trying to be a rock song. And actually, the cover art, which I think Ditko drew, I think it was him. Um, it's actually kind of been circulating around by itself recently because it's this really interesting shot. The whole thing is a sepia tone vision of just a plain living room, and you have Peter Parker standing in front of a mirror, but then the only thing that's got vibrant color is the reflection in the mirror, which is him as Spider-Man.
Mm.
I mean, that image alone speaks volumes, right, about the character. Because he's kind of like, he's looking in the mirror, he's kind of got his head down, and Spider-Man's kind of posed the same way, but again, he's the only vibrant and colorful thing. So,
Well, I'll tell you a little bit of trivia.
mm-hmm.
On the band I was playing that Mike Nesser was producing, the Penny Arcade, on our album, there's a song called Swim Through the Darkness. It's just called Swim.
Mm-hmm.
And there's kind of a freak out part in the middle of it where we're all yelling things. And you can hear very distinctly me yelling out, Flame On, Holy Moly, and Amani Paid My Hum, which is what the Green Lama used to say. And when we used to do that live, like in nightclubs and things, Green Lantern Oath, charging his ring, and see, when I was in that band, they didn't call me Don Glut. They gave me a nickname, which was Marvel. That's what I was known. There are people to this day that know me as Marvel. If I call them as Don Glut, they don't know, but it was just, hey, it's Marvel. And because of both Marvel Comics and Captain Marvel, and that name stuck. And if you read some of the old teen magazines, they don't mention me. They mention this silly nickname, you know. So anyway, there's a bit of trivia for you.
Huh. And now I wish I'd gotten a chance to see it live so I could hear it. But
yeah, do the whole green. I mean the Hal Jordan oath.
The brightest day and blackest night.
Yes.
That
I would time it to the beat of the music.
I would have done something like that too had I been in a band and there was an opportunity for something like that. There's also been a band recently. What are they called? But they've actually done a lot of comic book based music. So there was a period where that sort of thing was cool for a brief period. But I don't know. I think it's superheroes are popular, but anything beyond the movies is still niche.
Well, this was like 1967, so it would have been around the time of the Batman TV show.
Oh yeah, it would have still been very, very niche. It wouldn't have had it wouldn't have been on the same level.
But I even wrote a song back then called "I Want to Be a Superhero." And do you remember the Outsiders?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Time Won't Let Me. Time won't let me. I got them one afternoon when they were rehearsing. I got them interested in. I mean, we played it on the stage. You know, during the rehearsal, we tried it. We just jammed on it, and we did it. And it was done in the style of the Batman theme song. You know, but nothing ever happened with that. You know, I want to be a superhero, flying through the sky. Something and be just a do-good guy, but it had all kinds of references to the Human Torch and the Superman and the Green Lantern and.
Oh man, somebody's got to make that happen. You should find a way to record that and just like upload it to YouTube or something, or iTunes, or.
It wasn't a particularly good song. That I think about it, it was just pretty standard.
Hey, you never know. A not particularly good song has been the subject of ongoing mystery for a long time that recently got solved.
Yeah.
You heard about that one? There was a song somebody recorded it off the radio in the 80s, but nobody knew who wrote it. No band ever claimed it. The people have spent years trying to figure it out. They finally did figure it out. It was like some kind of new wave song from the 80s, so kind of sounded like I don't know, kind of like the Oingo Boingo or kind of era. And that eventually somebody did find out who did it, and the only reason that all three of the band members are still alive, the only reason they never claimed it is because they didn't know everyone was talking about it. And the song itself is just kind of okay. Like, you wouldn't necessarily think it was a great song, but because nobody knew who had written it, everybody was talking about it.
Yeah.
So, hey, you never know.
Well, this was compared to every other song I've ever written, this is probably among the worst. There's a superhero song, because it wasn't really written to be a good song. It was written to capitalize on the superhero craze that started by the Batman TV show.
Well, I still wish I could have heard it at some point. But hang on, it's there. I just wanted to see what's going on in the comments. It's kind of slowed down a little. But let's see.
We exceeded our past top times.
Oh yeah, we have. This is officially this is definitely our longest
4 hours.
Yeah. And I just want to check something. We are very close, I think, to exceeding my longest live stream overall. Just like another minute or two. But I certainly think that is that I feel like I'm starting to fade a little. So but it's not not because of the company, certainly. It's always interesting.
I made sure I had a cup of coffee in my Tales of Frankenstein, one of my Tales of Frankenstein official cups.
Mm-hmm.
The lovely Lily Lev on there.
Yep, that's probably your secret. I don't drink coffee though. Never liked it. But but anyway, yep, we've officially exceeded now. So now that we've set the record, if you're ready to wind down as well, is there anything?
One thing.
Yeah.
When I showed you the cup,
mm-hmm.
and you said you've seen Tales of Frankenstein, we talked a little about the first story in there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what inspired one of the, not so much the written story, but the movie story.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of photos of Peter Cushing from Frankenstein Created Woman, where she's in the wrapped bikini thing, but she's not like that in the movie. Mm-hmm. And I said, we're gonna give those Hammer fans what they wanted to see back in 1967 or whenever it was, and they didn't get it. Nice.
Again, you never know what sort of thing will work as inspiration, right?
Yeah. Well, when I did The Mummy's Kiss, Second Dynasty, which will also be coming out on Blu-ray pretty soon. I was in the kitchen talking to somebody working on the movie with me, and I had a poster on the wall from the Hammer Mummy. You know, where there's the hole in the light, the policeman's got the light going through it.
Yeah, it's an iconic image.
And I said, when I saw that movie back when I was a teenager, I wanted to see that shot. We're going to do that in our Mummy movie. And we did. We didn't have the light go through it, but we had the hole in it, and then the hole magically repaired itself. But it's funny, you just being if we'd been standing in a different room, the poster wouldn't have been there.
Yeah.
But it triggered off this whole idea to do something.
Yep. Yeah. It's one of those things where like the poster art is that promises something and then the movie doesn't deliver. The poster for Reptilicus, I think, is most infamous for that. I don't know what movie that artist saw, but that painted poster is definitely not what the movie was.
Yeah, well, there's a big deluxe Blu-ray 5-disc set, I think, of Reptilicus that came out recently, but it had some flying scenes,
Yeah, and
but
a musical number apparently.
I think it's like I don't know, really expensive.
Mm.
I more than I want to pay to see a couple of shots of Reptilicus flying.
Yeah. And there's a musical number apparently with Peterson, although that's online, so yeah, you don't expect there to be just a random song. Like there is the song sung in that one club, but this is like suddenly the movie turns into an actual musical.
Mhm.
There's no context, the characters just start singing.
The words get stuck in my throat.
But let's see. Was there anything else you wanted to impart to everyone before we call it a night?
Well, just check my website now and then, which is just my name, full name, donleftglut.com. And might want to check out pecosborn.com. That's my current production company's name. And if you can't think of anything to stuff those stockings with, I got a couple of Blu-rays coming out now. One is Dinosaur Valley Girls, which is got all kinds of new stuff on it. And then the same company is going to put out the 5 movies I did with the other company, Frontline Entertainment, which are the Countess Dracula and Mummy's Kiss series that both come together in the last one, Blood Scarab. So there's 5 movies on that coming out. And keep reading Shudder and Vampirus Carmilla. And Dinosaur Tracks will fit in the stocking real nice too. The three albums that are on CD now. So that's about it, and I don't know, maybe we'll do another one of these days.
Sure, I'd be up for that. Or maybe I've hosted a writers roundtable at one point with a bunch of authors I knew. If you wanted to join in on that, you're always welcome.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Let me know. And if you're watching out there, maybe let Ryan know what you think. Because maybe you got some good suggestions. I think everything's going fine the way it is, but might have some questions or whatever. And I had a good time with this again. We exceeded.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think it would go this long, but it's better longer than the last 2. So that makes now 5. That makes almost 10 hours worth of gabbing we've done so far.
Yep.
Maybe make it a full day. Get it up to 24 hours.
That'll be one we'll build up to.
Yeah.
Set aside a weekend, maybe.
But if you tuned in, thank you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the questions that came in.
Yeah, my audience is always good at asking good questions. And thank you, of course, to all the audience who did tune in, who stuck around for however long you wound up doing. And again, as always, thank you, Mr. Glut, for being on the show and for once again regaling us with such fascinating things.
Well, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You're quite welcome. Any way you want to say goodbye to everybody?
Goodbye to everybody.
That works. And as for me, well, you know how I always end things. Until such time as we meet again, this is the Omni Viewer signing off.